believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Okay, welcome to the show, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party, home of the not-so-smart president. We talk about him all the time. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at what really matters here, water. Yeah. We should talk about water more often. I love water. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party, another great day talking about the news and sharing ideas and political discourse. We are at Third Party. If you ever want to catch us online, you can go to our Twitter channel and always see our Periscope link. I'm trying to get that out more and more. Busy's over there at Periscope. We also have americasthirdparty.com. You can check that out and be a part of that. Simply by clicking the link, you'll see our show. To see you have any problems getting into our show, go to the video casting button we've loaded with other alternatives. Now, before I get on to the news, let's show you guys all the people we've got. Mad Dog is in, showing his book, Hybrid Capitalism, which we gave him after he gave us some equipment. We traded him for the book. We said, yeah, all the best. Hybrid Capitalism. Jackson's in the room. He's talking, and then we've got Hog Slammer in. Everybody's, even Oma's got a little place here. Isn't that cool? Thank you guys for coming in.
What's up, David?
Hey, man.
Let me turn this music off.
That's okay. Yeah, so Jackson, you're on the far end over here, a little bit back from the side. I can see you at the very over here. That's Jackson. So you guys have really liked this iBlog feature. I think that's great.
Try to scoot over, Dave.
Even my beautiful cat Fluffy has her custom logo she created for us. That's cool. And there's the book.
Yep.
Mad Dog keeps holding it.
Dave.
That's awesome. It shows the Seawater Pipeline. Yeah, and Mad Dog has the only book ever made without any page numbers in it. And he's going to keep that, hopefully. And I appreciate the fact that you You gave us a great microphone, which I want to get hooked up again. I'm gonna make that my New Year's resolution. Get a really good setup for it. So thank you guys. Yeah, we've got
Oh, he
people.
gave you a new mic? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he gave me a mic, good one too, and a circuit board or mixer board, but that failed. It actually had a problem, but we'll get the mixer board we need for that. But anyways, thanks guys for coming in, everybody. We are in a show that is interactive.
Good to see you, David.
Good to see you too, Jackson. Thank you. I'll be back to see you guys a little bit later. We've got a number of issues to talk about in the news today. It's been a wild day. They found the guy, Caesar Sayoc, they claim is the bomber, and he has a truck, and that truck is just riddled with bumper stickers that show hatred toward the Democrats. Everything looks so pat. It looks like this guy had a perfectly clean van too, and all of a sudden he's been pulled out. They got him over at a I think it was an auto parts store they caught him at. He was just hanging out, and the FBI came in and got him, and it's a major sting operation. And here's his van. I mean, look at the flags on the outside of this thing. They're all hateful. I mean, they have targets on Democrats. And I was quite shocked that anyone would find all these flags. And the only people that I could think of could ever create this number of actually stickers, because I rarely ever see political stickers like this, would be the art department at the CIA. Maybe they were tasked to make these things and put them on, because these are in mint condition. When somebody puts stickers outside of a window with the rain, they bevel up all the time. You've probably done that. The sticker's not in, just checked. Okay. Oh, I don't mind. I'm the guy who did the blackface video. You can cancel my show all you want. They can't stop me. Megyn Kelly was going to lose her show anyway. I'm sure she was just a bait and switch kind of person who just threw the blackface thing out there to go after me. Yeah, she's not... her show was getting really bad ratings. She was going to be fired anyway. So they just had her do that with an attempt to slander my free speech, which I defend my right to do a blackface. Or an orange face or anything else face you want. Yeah, she was just eye candy for a lot of the guys that followed her from Fox News. That's right. Yes, well, ironically, my blackface is the best. Thank you, Guest685. The thing is, in my ancestry, the Native American ancestry of Algonquin Indian, it's considered a rite of passage to do blackface. So for me to be denied my right of doing a blackface, not that I'm an Algonquin Indian full scale. I mean, I have traces of Algonquin Indian in me, not like Elizabeth Warren, though. She has nothing, hardly any Native American in her. But the Algonquins themselves typically did a blackface when they had the rite of passage for the young men. They would dress in blackface. Whoa, Oma's, you got your poncho on. Oma's got her hat on, her poncho. Let's see if we can get her in there. She brought the camera. I got to bring this all the way out to get everybody. Let me get a better picture here. Oh, she just disappeared. Okay. Well, let's be clear. Yes, Pitoro, that's right. In Hong Kong and China, my blackface is very popular and very famous. Now, I did the blackface, by the way, just to make sure that I could break through the censorship that's been levied upon the American people. We are not free in America. We have just as much censorship in many ways as they do in North Korea. And this is a hard reality check because many people don't realize this. We've been doing the most difficult job of all, breaking through the censorship. And in 2008, I realized I was censored, and I acted immediately, and I got that blackface in there right away in 2009, and it's really helped to grow internationally. So people talk about us and me all over the world now, which is great. I'm just still censored in America. I've only reached about 1 million people max so far. Okay, so at this point, I believe that the packages were too clean. Everything about them were indicative of what appears to be just too clean. Number one, not one of these many packages, 13 of them, had any postage statements from the USPS saying that they were processed. Not one package. And we're finding out that this guy lived near a packaging center, a USPS processing center near Plantation, Florida. So he would have hand-delivered this to the Postmaster General and said, "Hi, I've got some packages to give you. Here's 15 packages I want to send out." That's the only way these could have possibly gotten into the hands of the USPS. That's suspicious. So I want to see the FBI's chain of custody on all of this when I become president. I'm beginning to believe that this is a complete and utter BS story to make the Democrats look like, oh, poor Democrats, oh, gee, oh, they're attacking them, so we better vote for them this year. And even Donald is saying that. And he's pitching that point. I hardly believe that anybody in the Republican Party, except for maybe this guy, had a bad intent to do this. I'm beginning to believe that it's a setup. It's very suspicious. And Meow TV made a very good point. He said, how come none of these pipe bombs that we've seen have been neutralized? All their wires are connected and the clock is ticking. I don't understand. Not one has been neutralized, and not one of them went off either. Talk about dummies, BS stories that are being promoted. Not one person was hurt, which is great. I'm so glad. But they're fake bombs. They're obviously designed to make the Democrats change the talking point from the border, which was working in Donald Trump's behavior, his favor. The border issue, by the way, is a Donald Trump issue that he stole from me. My idea was to build a 1,000-mile fence. I did the math. I totaled the number of miles that were needed to secure the border of the 3,000 miles we have to deal with. It's including the water. I think the best thing that we can do right now is keep looking forward to building that fence. And I want Donald Trump to build a container fence, not some $25,000 fence that is going to be overly costly. And ultimately, here it is. So the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Nielsen says that if you don't have legal right to be in this country, you'll be returned home. She actually showed off a bit of the fence here. I'm going to take a look at this and see what it says. Okay, it's not coming in for some reason. Okay, hold on. Here we go.
But I also take my officer and agent scenario under which if people force their way across the border, they could be shot at. We do not have any intention right now to shoot at people. They will be apprehended, however. But I also take my officer and agent, their own personal safety extraordinarily seriously. They do have the ability, of course, to defend themselves. So if shot at, they would shoot back? No, I think we have to work through that. But I want to make it very clear we will absolutely not tolerate violence against Border Patrol in this situation. These are dedicated men and women risking their lives every day. I will not tolerate Mexicans or anybody else acting in a violent way towards our men and women on the border. Is there any scenario?
Okay, so she really didn't say anything. Why is Donald Trump sending 8,000 troops to the border? Well, right now we don't know what they're going to do, how they're going to deal with the response of the 10,000 people that are being paid to come up from Honduras. They're getting cash awards to come up here. But Secretary Kirstjen Nielsen really is proud of this fence. That's got to be the biggest joke of a fence I've ever seen. I cannot believe that they would build a fence like this. I've got a metal bar in my backyard that could easily pry these things open. Easily. I don't care what they're made out of. I can pry those open. Seriously. This fence that they're building could easily be broken through. All you need is a big, huge metal bar weighing 100 pounds and you can easily break it. That's really the fence? Yeah. I mean, this is unbelievable. My container fence idea would be a much better idea. I think. I don't think it's a stretch to imagine that. Yeah, it's just absurd that they think that this is going to keep people out. And this is the one that won the contest? Yeah, I think not. Highly unlikely. Right. Okay. It's hard to imagine having a fence that doesn't really work. Let's talk about my container fence for a second. A container fence could be built with these containers stacked next to each other, too high. That's 24 feet high, 40 feet long each section. The total cost to build this is $1 billion. The actual cost of the containers, if we can get them for $2,000 a piece, is $528 million. Not $25 billion, mind you, but $528 million to buy enough containers to cover the entire 1,000 miles, double size. It's that simple. Yep. So, why are we now dealing with this crisis of a potential question of whether we're going to be committing violence against these people? Because Donald Trump did not build my idea fast enough. Yes, absolutely. Every single container will be retrofitted with motion control systems and sound systems. Each container can work as a diaphragm. And there are microphones that'll pick up noise underneath the ground, digging noises. So we're going to have really sensitive microphones in here. We're also going to have motion control systems that will detect any kind of breach, and even infrared sensors that will check light too, light sources. So if light peers through one of the holes, we automatically go to that fence and target it and focus on that area where the breach is happening. There'll be a road behind the fence too that'll be a very slick road that'll be able to handle unmanned vehicles rapidly, traveling back and forth. We expect people to try to break through this kind of a fence. But the point is, it's a lot better fence than the crap that they're trying to put up here, which I could take an iron bar right now and go about 6 or 7 feet up with a ladder. And I take the iron bar like that, and I go like this. And you can pry these things back and forth, and you can get an opening easily. I don't need to patent a container fence. All my ideas are exported for free use anywhere in the world. I believe in Creative Commons licensing. I believe that shared ideas are the way that this world is going to get better. I don't believe that America should try to profit from our great ideas. I think we should export the ideas and get other people excited about them and sell products when we can, and maybe make the best products so that people will want to buy our products over some cheaper strike-off. I don't believe in this greed-driven world which is causing nothing but disharmony among our nations. I've open sourced all my ideas, and I'm the idea man, and I don't mind because I'm here for a greater purpose, not to covet any idea or to pocket money from it. I'm here to break through this barrier that humankind has reached, where we don't have a real clear vision as to how to fix this beautiful planet of ours. I'm here to talk about how we can fix it, and to fix it. But I can't do it without any power. Unfortunately, I can only do it if I'm somebody with some purpose and clout. I've tried calling people and trying to get money behind venture capital opportunities, and I've been shot down every time. They always say, you have to be in production, making a lot of money doing this for us to even get interested. Anyway, the co-founder of Microsoft died at a very young age of a heart attack, not a heart attack. He died of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Paul Allen passed away this past week of something that probably resulted from breathing and being around glyphosate, the ingredient in Roundup. It's happening to more and more people. This is a common ailment resulting from exposure to Roundup. So if I were investigating Paul Allen's death, I would probably look into his lifestyle to see if he was out spraying his weeds ever or was exposed to Roundup. Well, frankly, Ruler, if you are delivering Roundup on a daily basis and you're using a mask and gloves, your body is still exposed through your skin, through your clothes. You have to be wearing Tyvek to deliver that product without worry for your safety. You need a Tyvek suit. They're not that expensive to get if you have a job where you have to do this. Yeah, but the gardener that did it on a daily basis, who sued Monsanto, now Bayer, he got a $289 million award, and now the judge has taken $250 million of it off the top. So he's only going to get $39 million. Now, why would the judge do that? You're not going to believe this. She claims that the prosecuting attorney made a fallacious statement in the closing argument that Monsanto's going to be popping their champagne corks if you guys don't deliver a good, strong verdict. She claimed that we don't know for sure that the Monsanto executives have champagne corks, that was a false statement. That was her statement. The judge is claiming that the statement was fallacious, that there are no champagne bottles at Monsanto. They'd be popping their corks if it wasn't a big judgment. There is no precedent for what this woman's done. She needs to have her entire judicial court history reviewed for all kinds of potential corruption. Hey, how's it going? What's up? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, take your time. No problem. Yeah, enjoy. Bye-bye. Bye. That was Sarah. She just called to say she'd be late. Okay, guest 750 says, Dave, I don't have a job. I will never have a job. Okay. Well, without attacking you and claiming that you need to get a job, I'm going to ask you something very simple. Can you live on $400 a month? She is. Now, if you had a tent, you probably could live on $400 a month. Yes, you could. And I'll bet you're the kind of guy who'd save money on $400 a month. Well, you're in luck, because when I become president, every U.S. citizen will be able to get $400 a month. And that number may be going up to 500 or 505, because some people are now claiming they're going to run for office, saying they're going to offer 500, which is my basic income idea. They're stealing my basic income idea, which is fine. It's all about you guys getting money. I knew Trump wouldn't take my basic income idea because he didn't want to pay you anything. He works for the New World Order. He works for the corporate elitists. He's not going to give you anything. But there are Democrats that are running that are talking about 500. So I'll be upping it to 505. So I have great faith that this number will increase, so don't worry. It's not going to go down. But the Democrats and the Republicans are in the pocket of the New World Order and the Zionist oligarchies that are controlling Russia and Trump. These people are suckers of AIPAC money that bring it in just to get reelected. It's a serious problem. We had a little visit from Zetterbeard, but he took off. Frog Dog, you're in there for the long haul, man. Yeah. Let's make it 506. Maybe, if somebody matches my idea. Nope, it's not Bernie's idea. I'm the basic income guy. I started the basic income in our Baseline Plus program in our book in 2012. I suggested the basic income as a solution to America's problems, and I still think it's a solution to our problems. Companies like Walmart are going to love it. So I'm going to use the basic income idea as kind of leverage. And this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to present this idea to Walmart that they will continue receiving food stamp income, and they are the largest recipient of food stamp income, if they either do one of two things: open up a $15 an hour minimum wage, or allow the people to develop a private union. One or the other, or both. But they have to do one or the other or both before I allow people to receive food stamps at Walmart, because as president, I'll be able to say Walmart is exempt or they receive food stamps. I'll be able to say that Papa Murphy's is exempt or receives food stamps. Right now, Papa Murphy's is cleaning up against other pizza parlors that develop pizzas because they create a refrigerated pizza that doesn't have any, you have to cook it at home. And that's unfair. It's unfair to Papa John's. So I want to make sure that these companies do the right thing and pay their employees $15 an hour or get a private union going. I'm going to be using this as leverage against them. Daryl, you know, the idea is not to live in a container, but if you want to buy a container home, there's going to be a lot of containers being converted into homes. We've been seeing a lot of this happening. Yeah, I show container homes and small, tiny houses all the time. People love the idea of cutting their costs. In fact, that's kind of the goal of any young couple right now, is to get a small house and kind of live humbly. And, you know, America is not comprised of a bunch of greedmongers like Donald Trump. Most of us are like me, people that carefully spend their money knowing where they're spending it so they don't waste it. The reason why America's economy is still buoyant is because the American people know how to conserve. You know that personal debt is dropping? In lieu of all the money grabbing going on, we're still losing personal debt. I mean, it's going down, but our government's going deeper and deeper into debt. They're not cutting back. Well, the rent problem is a different issue. What I'm going to consider is, it's a good question, 698. We're looking at a solution, a simple solution of fixing up houses that are already abandoned or foreclosed on. And this way the government can get into the business of flipping houses to you so that you can make some money on having a low-cost house. This is an idea we put out called the American Solar Rooftop Revolution and the Homestead Renewal Plan. This is my jobs program, initially. We're going to be working on solar rooftops for Americans. We've already got the equipment and the means to do it. The Army Corps of Engineers has developed a rollout solar panel, which we can mass produce. And we can start to build these things for free, and you'll pay us back out of your electric bill. Pretty good deal for Americans who qualify. And the Homestead Renewal Plan will be a chance for non-investors to get a house of their own for under $50,000. And it'll be a direct loan to the government, no middlemen, no banks. It'll be a direct loan so that you'll be able to pay that house off in 10 years at $500 a month payments. That gives us a little bit of money for interest, because that totals $60,000. But we'll be making a little bit of money on the interest. But if you want to pay $50,000 straight up and you've never ever invested, and you don't have multiple houses, this has to be your house. We'll take your 50 grand and say, yeah, it's yours, you own it. And then we'll take that money and invest in another house, a series of houses, and keep building this up. Now, the jobs for this thing will probably be $15 an hour. Anybody will be able to get a job painting walls. I'm upping it to 15. Originally, I talked about 10, but not in this economy. $15 an hour will be the starting pay for if you're a journeyman plumber or an electrician, you'll get more. But we're going to get people going and fixing up houses and get these things flipped. More houses that are cheap, less likely you're going to be worried about having a house. And it certainly will upgrade some of the neighborhoods, because some neighborhoods are falling apart. We'll be able to take an entire city block in Detroit and put a fence around it 12 feet high and build an entire protected community of homes that are just ready to start moving into. Every lawyer you know is divorced at least once. Howie, you can work any part of that house you want to, get involved in. Even disabled people can paint walls at the lower half. I'm serious. If you need a job and you're disabled, you want to pick up some extra money, we'll put a paintbrush in your hand and your wheelchair, and you'll just do the lower section. Yeah. This is a contrail? No, that's not a contrail. All right, well, thank you. You're not serving the purpose. We know chemtrails exist. If you claim that that's a contrail, fine. We know chemtrails exist. You're not really helping the discussion of our country, which is really polluted due to the chemtrails, by saying they don't exist. Maybe it is a manufacturer's video describing, what they can do. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that it isn't, but let's not detract from the simple fact that even a CERN scientist said, these clouds seeded by jets dumping aerosols into the upper atmosphere. Jasper Kirkby, PhD, CERN. Yeah. Why don't you listen to some of your colleagues, Meow? Get Jasper Kirkby on the phone and talk about your chemtrail, contrail concerns. Yeah, but don't denigrate a reality check that a lot of people are dealing with. Yeah, like water has fluoride. Exactly. Howie, you can do anything you want to make that house more appealing. The idea is to fix up houses. I can take any house in America and make it look better. Anyone. I mean, there are simple ways to make a house look better, and they're simple and they're easy. We go in with Pergo flooring in kitchens and bathrooms. We throw in Berber carpeting over the whole area, unless it's got hardwood floors. Then we just go in and get a good sanding unit, cheaply sand it, and varnish it. Back to square one. We get a beautiful house back to where it should be. If there are problems with water damage, we pull the drywall. We replace the fiberglass with foam core, which is mold resistant, or maybe even hempylene, hempsulation made out of hemp, which is mold resistant. That's going to be something we may integrate into our plan. Hempsulation. Healthcare, King Jones. I have a great idea for healthcare. The idea is kind of typified by our public option, which offers a $60 a month per person plan to cover your medical and dental costs. Basic medical, basic dental. Generic medicine, so to speak. But our public option is much better than the single payer plan, which the Democrats, Republicans, or the Democrats think is the best thing ever. It's not. We can't get it to pass the Republicans because the Republicans don't want anyone in business to pay for people that don't work. And that's what the single payer plan does. It charges 7.5% to the employers and 7.5% to the employees to get solutions to people's health care. Now, if you don't have any money at all, you can sign an affidavit and go visit our mobile medical unit. All you do is go there. Normally, it's going to require a $30 copay, but these units will be all over the country. I'm going to make 200 of them the first year. Each one costs $5 million. So initially, it'll cost $1 billion for the mobile medical units, but I'll fund it through the Veterans Administration, and we will integrate it into the Veterans Administration so that we can upgrade that too, because the VA is in bad shape. Now, the mobile medical units will be telemedicine vehicles so that you can actually have a video monitor and talk to a doctor at the main hospital if you're really in bad shape. But when you get there, there'll be tents, covered tents, seating area, portable seating. Right. Well, again, we're not going to get caught up in semantics, okay, ruler? The word aerosol it has been a word touting droplets and floating in the air. Even natural clouds are aerosols, right? We're not going to get stuck on that semantical difference. The fact of the matter is they're using aerosols that are the kind that are in your hairspray to deliver these chemtrails on top of your head. You know that they banned Freon, right? Because they were worried about the ozone depleting. The aerosols that are coming out of the chemtrail nozzles are just as toxic as Freon. And that's the problem. We are seeing a breakdown in our ozone. But anyway, getting back to this will be a $30 copay. If you don't have any money, you sign an affidavit, and we would require you to, use your fingerprint and all kinds of things. You're not going to just get free health care. But we're required to give you free health care if you don't have any money. But we will take a fingerprint and your name. Yes. We want to make sure that you're not just, ripping us off every time you come in there. Chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, are the potential problem in the atmosphere. The radio frequencies that they're pitching all over the place, all the radio frequencies, and especially the 5G network, poses a problem for the Earth. You see, our stupid, greedy telecommunications companies that control everybody who runs our government's communications, they don't seem to want to test the 5G network for long-term viability and how it will affect the human population. There are very few studies on the 5G network. Well, for one, we don't need it. We have a 4G network that is super fast and works great. And Ajit Pai, the current commissioner of the FCC, he's acting like, oh, we don't want net neutrality. He said, no, we're ending net neutrality so that they can toggle rates up and throttle you down on your net speed. And they also want to make a false scarcity on the internet so that they can charge you more. I stand against all of that. I want more high-speed internet, easier access, lower costs. I want your cable TV to be like Canada. I want it to be a la carte. I don't want your cable TV or DirecTV company to hit you with this big $120 bill just because you like to listen to football. You don't need all the other channels. You just get football. You get it a la carte in Canada. We're going to have a very similar plan with our cable TV options here. That's what I'm rooting for. Okay, Ruler, just go away. That's Melko, by the way. He's a joke. He's a mess. Okay, let's get some cowbell in here because this is obviously... I feel like I'm from outer space trying to communicate to you people. It's amazing, Dave. Everything you say is exactly what I would say. Because I am a Martian. Hold on.
Call from Tim.
Tim, we don't take your calls, and you got a problem with no. Yeah, there's something going on in your head where you don't get the no part. He calls every night. I said, I refuse to take his call. He just keeps calling. I think that's a problem in our culture. People don't understand the word no. Just say no campaign, yeah. All right, so cowbell coming up. It's all the way down here. I think my cowbell should be at the bottom. That way I can always find it. I've got sheep sounds. It's not bad. Yeah. It's good. Okay, we'll try to get a little cowbell here. I should just go to the file, I think. Yeah, I had it just set earlier to go to cowbell, and it just completely avoided me. Do you have to call?
Call from
Jason.
Jeez, that's a guy that doesn't take no for an answer. No, 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 Jason. Not a good idea. You know you've been called out as a bad caller. Well, when all else fails, you might as well just go get the original cowbell, Dave. I know. Okay. Yeah, I know. We have requests for cowbell, folks. Now, I think the reason why people like cowbell because it's calming. Makes people feel like a little sense of normalcy, kind of touch down on the cowbell, so everything is beautiful in its own special way. But I need that cowbell on speed dial because it's dogging my show right now. It seems like life has become so complicated that people want to just listen to a cow in pasture. Just sit there. I think I'm dealing with the possessed cowbell video because it's eluding me everywhere now. I'm being kept from getting my cowbell. Wow. Sad day in America when we can't even pull up a cowbell sound. Yeah, it was... Okay, I guess we're dealing with a serious problem. Yeah, we have lost the cowbell link. Oh, I found it. Okay, I'm going to put that cowbell right where I need it. If I have any problem with sheep getting out of control, we can always hook them in. Okay? Go ahead, Jason.
Call from
Alex Jones.
Wow.
That's press 1.
A real person. Hey, what's going on, man? Hello? 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 Nobody's real. Okay, so I am ready to be the shepherd here and take the sheep in if they are straying. So if you guys feel like you're straying, I'll be able to bring you in anytime. Okay, we're done with the container fence. You know that I've got the idea to fix the problem. We don't need to keep pitching that. There we go. Yes, we have a regular show, so it's always fun. Hey, and my emphasis on water is very important. I want you to know that not only do I support legal water, I want it to be free. Right now, I'm paying more and more for water, so are you. I think water should be legal and it should be free. So whenever you look at water, the most important thing on earth, you'd think, well, why don't the humans make more fresh water? Because that's what we need to do. We're not doing what we need to do because nobody's making any money. Madhouse is in and Frog Dog is in. Looks like you're relaxing in the evening light. No harsh lights on, relaxing, watching the show. Catching a little nappy time. 2. That's right, 2. All right, now let's get into the body of the news because that's kind of at the center of this entire disaster. We just saw a fence that anybody could break into. We now know that Donald Trump is sending 800 active duty troops to be sent to the Mexican border. What are they going to do? I don't know. I'm just sending them to scare them away. I am thinking about 2020, King Jones. In fact, as soon as I get some mainstream media attention, I'll be more serious about this. I haven't even filed. But censored for 10 years doing this show has made me feel a little bit jaded about the way our country is censoring people. That's right. We got a lot of UHF broadcasts people are talking about. So I'm trying to figure out why Donald Trump is sending the 800 active duty troops to be sent to the Mexican border. Exactly what are their orders? Shoot to kill? I'm not sure what they're going to be used for. Abduct children? He's got 2,300 kids that don't know where their mommy and daddy are. No mommy, no daddy. Yeah. He's an apparition. Your ghost hunter equipment spikes every time he comes on. Wow. It's pretty funny. Good evening, Akira. Hideodora. All right. So let's see. Military is preparing to send 800 more troops to the Mexican border to help the Border Patrol, as a caravan of thousands of Central American migrants continue to move forward. James Mattis will send 800 active duty troops. Could he send the transgenders down there? Because I know he kept them on. Wouldn't that be great? Have like an entire battalion of transgenders at the border? Just dressed up to the hilt. You can't come in here, silly. We won't let you in. Wouldn't that be great? Send all the homosexuals too, yeah. Great place to send all of the homosexuals and transgenders that Donald Trump can't seem to kick out of the military. And I'm glad he can't, because those people need a job. I have nothing against transgenders in the military. I really don't. I seriously don't have a problem with it. I know. I think they should have a battalion of transgenders. I think commanders should be choosing exactly what gender they want to run. Like if you want a full homosexual staff, you get a homosexual staff. Yeah. I'm okay with that. Because I support the gays in the military. I've always supported them. I just don't think that they necessarily have to be integrated with all the other troops. Because say you get this one guy who's in the troop of a frontline group of men who are fighting war, and you turn to your friend and you say, I know you're gay, but could you cover my back here? Because I'm going out and I'm going to take bullets. And he's going, but you have such a nice ass. I don't think that's appropriate. I'm just a little concerned. I mean, I want our troops to be good with everybody. No problem. So if a fully homosexual fighting force is perfectly fine for me, or fully heterosexual. But people need to cover their backs, not their ass. Okay. There's 25,000 sexual molestations going on a year in the military. You know how many prosecuted? I don't. Maybe 100? Thank you. Maybe 100. 100 men are prosecuted for raping 25,000 people. I don't like that. I want to make sure that every single molestation and rape is dealt with the harshest of punishment. And I'm going to introduce a Strike 3 law that prevents molestation and rape in the military. 3 strikes, it'll be court-martial and possibly execution. There's a guy right now who butt raped at least 19 men and women that we know of. Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer raped people in the Army. There's an example right there, Reptoid. This guy was arrested about 4 years ago. He's serving a 15-year sentence at Leavenworth. And he raped 19 men and women that we know of. I believe that's a case where this guy gets out on the street. That's not a good thing. You know, I really think that people like that are serial rapists. They're going to continue doing that their whole life. We've got serial rapists living among us. We've got a very lax policy. You know what's really interesting is there's a higher number of pedophiles in Washington, D.C. There's a higher number of child abductions in Washington, D.C. than any other area of the country. Yet they're the lowest number of pedophiles arrested in anywhere in the country. There's 2 places in the country that have hardly any child molesters or pedophiles arrested. D.C. and Hollywood, Beverly Hills area. Isn't that interesting? Yet they have a lot of missing kids in Virginia City and in Hollywood and L.A. They're getting away with it. I'm telling you, we got to come down hard on these pedos and molesters. I am going to go see the Queen movie when it comes out on Netflix. I'm going to go into my living room and I'm going to turn on the TV and I'm going to hit the Netflix button and I'm going to watch it. I don't pay to go see movies anymore. I don't know if you've noticed, but they've got 50-inch screen TVs for less than $400 now. Why would I go to a theater? Yeah, we got to stop the pedos. They're really, we got 55,000 kids missing in America every year. And I don't mean their mom taking her from the dad, running in her way. That's a separate statistic. That's like 200,000. I'm talking about children that are absolutely gone. We don't have an update on Pizzagate because it's all completely hidden and covered. We've got reports of voter intimidation at polling in places in Texas. Yeah, there's a serious election officials in Dallas County said it's the worst she's ever seen in decades. Now, this is the worst case of reporting I've ever seen. They won't even mention which side is screaming at the other side. Are the Trump supporters attacking or are the Democrats attacking? They won't even say, but it is bad in Texas. Voter intimidation. Okay, back to the image of the guy's van. Well, I think that the guy, first of all of these photographs are absolutely pristine. Every single, I have never seen a brochure is more nicely laid out by an artist than this guy's van. I mean, let's take a closer look, shall we? Seriously. Every one of these things, there's a whole series of things. Top youth soccer recruits for Trump. You look at this stuff and you blow it up. It's like, no, this stuff is in mint condition. This stuff, all these things in this image are in mint condition. This guy had a top quality mint condition collection of bumper stickers that you can't even find these bumper stickers in anywhere in the country. I think I'm smelling a rat here. They may have fabricated these at the CIA. We don't know. What's happening? Are we not on the show? If you guys don't know enough to go to my Periscope show and watch that and then open up the pop-out chat, add the pop-out and it works. Go there and add the pop-out. You'll be fine. CBS News. Okay, we got another story about Sinead O'Connor. She's in the news again. Yeah, I don't want to miss this wonderful opportunity to give her a little bit more airtime. Wow. Okay, that's not what I expected. Sorry. Yeah, that opened up a huge nightmare audio clip. Sorry. Yeah, I don't think I can even go there, frankly. And I don't really want to see Sinead O'Connor except to listen to her talk about her newfound faith. She's now a Muslim, and I think it's safe to say that she is got a good singing gig going with this guy. Let's listen in. There she is. She's come a far way from her earlier days. I don't know what they're saying, but man, she sure looks like a pigeon, doesn't she? Isn't she like a human image of a pigeon? Like that? Yeah. Clearly, she's gone into the Muslim world. She's been terrorized, I guess. She looks nutty as ever, but she does look like a pigeon now. Daryl, she was always talented. And I never thought that Sinead, was not talented. I think her song that she sang, No One Compares, which is actually Prince's song that she did a cover of, I think it's one of the most amazing visual performances of any female vocalist in history. You know the one I'm talking about, right? Nothing compares to you. Nothing compares to Sinead. What I liked about it is how she talked to the camera, and it totally was evoking a really amazing. It was a hit, no question about it. It was one of her biggest hits. I mean, this is it. Make no mistake about it. Yeah, well, it's been a long time that we haven't heard that, and now we're back to the new Sinead, who just bounces her head around. Okay, we got a potential package here that was intercepted by the USPS. Now they're not processing anything because they don't put markings on packages, apparently. The New York City mayor, bomb sent to CNN was act of terror, he says. Well, this looks like an act of terror. It's like package also contains suspicious white cat poop. I don't know where this came from, but yeah, I'm terrorized by the mere picture of an extension cord adapter and a calculator and a cat. I don't know where that came from. Nothing compares to the jihad for Sinead. Yeah. I just hope she's not going to go like Patty Hearst and off and do some horrible thing and sacrifice her life for Allah. That's my concern. I know the cat was clearly of its own free will strapped into the electric cord. Islam and Catholicism are going to join forces? I don't know if that's going to happen. I think you're off in La La Land. 685, are you making things up? She worshipped Lucifer through the Catholic Church and now Lucifer through Islam? Well, there you have it. You figured it all out. I saw that picture of the Catholic Church being shaped like the snake head. The Vatican, the new Vatican building, the snake head. Let's not forget that they are really into snakes and reptiles, the Vatican is, and they won't explain to any of their followers why. They don't want to tell anybody that this is their new church, apparently. Yeah, this is inside the church. Here's outside the church. Let me take a better grab. But yeah, this is the Vatican building that they built. And people are wondering, why did they build a building that looks just like a snake head? Makes no sense. And what about inside the building? This picture is not a picture of Jesus. Why does the Paul VI audience hall, clearly half of Jesus' head is turned on a serpent? Look at this. Why would they turn Jesus' head into a serpent? I know, the snake was the one who deceived Eve. I mean, come on. And I was baptized Catholic, and now I'm beginning to renounce all of my faith. I believe in God, but I tell you, I do not believe in the Catholic Church anymore. It's going to the dogs and to Lucifer. Apparently, they've got their talons deep into our country. Trump is the most corrupt leader we've ever had. He is clearly working for the Russians. No doubt about it. There's no question about his behavior. It's colluding with the Russians in every way. His trade war with China is kicking up the price of fuel. The price of gas is going up. You notice that? That's all part of the plan because he wants to raise the price of oil for the Russians. It's a terrible thing when we've got a president who's working directly for the Russians. They want a higher price of oil. He's making it happen. No, the Russians are not at war against the New World Order. That's the big secret. They're owned by the New World Order. You see, in 1991, George H.W. Bush, the man who said, "It's a new world order, 1,000 points of light," that man actually was instrumental in breaking up the Soviet Union. We were used to break up the Soviet Union so that Russia could be owned by the Zionist elitists that run the New World Order. And now they're using Russia to get back at us. They're paying the bills of Russia in order to use their cyber terrorism capabilities against our election process. Now, I like Russian people. They're awesome. I really like Russian people. I'm just not a big fan of Zionists who want to control the world. I don't know about you, but you're going to have to learn to differentiate between the countries, which would remain in place, and the New World Order, which is trying to erase all the boundaries of every country out there, and then take total control over our entire world. There's a bunch of global elitists that think that the people aren't supposed to be here. We're supposed to depopulate.
And we've got to do that because otherwise, all the gains that we make in redoing our energy system are going to be erased by population increase. When I was born,
so what's wrong with the population? I mean,
with too many people. That's why we have global warming. We have global warming because too many people are using too much stuff.
Well, too many people are making money and not using recycling and properly handling garbage. He looks like a barbarian. Yeah, he's a common Neanderthal who made a lot of money on his dad's billboard business. That's how he succeeded. He's just like Trump. He inherited all his money. You know, by the way, that story hasn't disappeared. Trump claimed he only got $1 million from his dad. New estimates are closer to $400 million were acquired through tax maneuvering by Trump when his dad was dying. Anyway, let's see if we can get this thing back up and without hitting the... Oh, no. Okay, apparently the bomb suspect has a speckled history. You know what I heard? That they had arrested him in 2002 for, guess what? A bomb threat. Are you with me? Scott Israel of Broward County was the one who handled this guy's case. You know, the guy that gave us the fake news called the Parkland shooting or Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting? Scott Israel, that guy who told all his cops not to arrest kids in the area so that they can get more federal funding. The guy that let Nicholas Cruz have a gun and didn't bother to, arrest the guy. Plus, we still don't have any evidence Nicholas Cruz did this other than him reading off a piece of paper that they forced him to read. I'm saying this guy is probably just a MK Ultra guy they pulled aside. They groom these people. The FBI was in the backyard camping out with the Tsarnaev brothers, the ones that allegedly did the marathon bombing. They were like family members. The FBI were in and out of their house all for 2 years. They knew everything they were doing. They were grooming them to be the fall guys, just like they did Lee Harvey Oswald. He worked for the CIA for 4 years prior to allegedly shooting JFK. Don't you think that would be pertinent information for us to know? Don't you think the Warren Commission report may have wanted to know that Lee Harvey Oswald was working for the CIA for 4 years? It might be admissible in court, you think? Well, no one knows to this day. Trump is still holding on to that information. They released it in part, but he won't release the total facts because it indicts the entire government and makes us look like a bunch of corrupt scumbags covering up everything. Yes, I'm sure he worked for the CIA for 4 years. I have Lee Harvey Oswald's girlfriend on audio talking about it. Yeah, he had a wife and a girlfriend, and his girlfriend worked for the CIA with him, and they were planning a bomb, or actually planning poison to give to Fidel Castro. It's just an amazing story that just gets weirder and weirder the deeper you look into it. That's why we don't get the facts in America. They killed our president because he was trying to stop the same corruption that we are looking at today. But here's his love affair with his girlfriend.
Came here in April 1963. That man was Lee Harvey Oswald.
Shaw felt sorry for Lee and me, so he set up so we could actually go to a few hotels, and each time we went into separate rooms. But at those times we had all the room service, we had food, and we had privacy, and this is in the afternoons. So he was always home by night.
His handlers told him that Hurricane Flora had brought chaos to Cuba, and the mission to murder Castro had been aborted.
Anyway, we got tons of information. Sorry for the ear rape earlier there. It's just hard for me to bring audio up sometimes. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Was I still in the show? Oh, great. Hi. Willie, I had to mute you, man. You just said JFK was in on it. You are so out of it, I can't even stand that in the show. No, it's not the... Look, I played the whole video for you. Just take my word for it. Lee Harvey Oswald worked for the CIA for 4 years. It would be in the files that would have been released if Trump hadn't stopped the release. We also had references to George H.W. Bush in those files, and Trump won't release them. Trump is putting Israel first, and it's been his agenda, being he's a Zionist. And if you don't understand what Zionism is, you don't understand what's happening here. Zionism is no longer Israel being a nation. Now it's global world domination. And these people who are so greedy, they want to control everything. They control your entire financial sector right now. The stock market goes up and down based on their discretion. It's a constant move by the Zionists to control your money and to lure you in and out of the stock market. They love it. They can print up money anytime they want. They can play with you in the stock market anytime they want. This is what they do. They screw you. They're good at it. Today, the stock market had a pretty bouncy up and down, and then a profit taking toward the middle, and then bouncy up and down, and a downward intake at the back. It went down 296 points. It's down 2%, actually 1.19%. But overall, since 2 weeks ago, the Dow Jones has dropped 8.5%. Meaning we are in a free fall, and it's a correction that's coming. Sovereign. We got a Sovereign in here, a new guy who's cammed up along with Fraud Dog, and Madhouse is not really giving us anything. But Sovereign's in the show. Okay. So Sovereign, you believe in sovereign citizenry?
As close as it gets, guys.
Okay, that's close, yeah. I'm going to drop your volume a little bit. All right, so you guys can hang out and come into our show anytime. Nice. Thank you. And thanks, iBloggers, for catching on to our show. We are growing on iBlog, finally. It's taken a while. Because I've been censored heavily on Vaughn's site, Mark has admitted to kicking 350 million VPNs. I'm here to give you guys a show every night. And any way I can, I will. Sears is doing this. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, she is late. I'm going to say that Sarah is taking extra time tonight because she wants to do some things with her friends at school. So, no, not 350 million trolls. No, 350 million IPs. That means 1 billion people trying to get in here are not able to get in here. Well, at this point, Zionism, it has no historic precedence, and even the articles of Zion itself have been questioned. The roots. Many people question the very idea that these people think that they should have global domination at this point, but it really has come down to they got everything they wanted. Now they want global world domination. And people like Ted Turner and others are trying to issue this forth. Now, we're the only species on the planet that actually doesn't want to replicate. I mean, you might want to replicate, but most of us don't. 95,000 people watching from Fiji want to replicate. Yeah, there's no evidence that the Protocols of Zion are actually a factual document. The guy who found them in a Xerox bin at a copying center. I don't consider that a solid lead. They're a forgery. They may be coming true because it's called self-fulfilling prophecy. So are you, Sovereign, are you Melco? Is your name Melco? Are you finally putting a face to your identity? No. Okay. Good. Thank you. All right, good. We've been having nothing but problems with Melco over the years. So, 800 active duty troops sent to the border. No plans on what they're going to do. Don't really think that's a problem solver. We do need to get solutions like the container fence built. So I'm asking Trump to send 25,000 containers down to the border so they can warehouse, people to have homes in. They can live in the containers while we figure out what to do. That's one idea. Getting food aid to these people is another idea. I'd love to be able to help these people with food aid. We're going to have a 10,000 hungry people at the border shortly and no plan to deal with it. Courtesy of Donald Trump and his wasting 2 years not building the fence. For him to show off a small portion of a fence that anybody with a metal bar could break in is not an example of how our country is preparing for this problem. It's just not. Well, King Jones, if Trump has them shot, he'll have the biggest backlash of Americans in history, going against him in every election from here until eternity. There's no question about how many people are willing to go against these Zionists. The people who are surrounding Donald Trump are Ashkenazis, and they live in a world where nothing matters more than money.
National Political Director, Donald J. Trump for President. Special Advisor for Operations, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Lawrence Glick, Executive Vice President of Strategic Development, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Jason Greenblatt, Executive Vice President and Chief Legal Officer, the Trump Organization, Co-Chairman, Israel Advisory Committee for Donald J. Trump, President Trump's Special Representative for International Negotiations, Ashkenazi Jew. Vincent Harris, former Digital Strategy Manager, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Thomas Hicks, Sr., Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Carl Icahn, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Special Advisor to the President for Regulatory Reform, Ashkenazi Jew.
Trump fumes after mail bomber interrupts his campaign message. Trump is unbelievable. He cares more about his speech. He steals crap from other casters. Yeah. Trump is all about making this entire bombing thing his own. He's going to claim he's a victim of false accusations. Everything Trump does, he uses low-ball tactics to bring it forward and constantly hit you with one thing after another. We are getting a barrage of tweets from Donald Trump because Trump is doing what many people call diverting our attention. His plan all along was to divert our attention from his real connections to the Russians. You notice that Mueller has taken a back seat to the whole thing, and we're not even talking about the Russians anymore? That's because Mueller was bought off. He would have done something by now if he hadn't, wasted our time. A year and a half wasted our time. And I think Mueller is maybe in on this too. I think he's possibly working for the Russians as well. I'm beginning to believe that. Our country has been compromised. There's no question about it. The CIA and the FBI are all convinced that the Russians influenced the election, yet Donald Trump continues to call it, oh, it's all just a Russian hoax, so it's a witch hunt. Ashkenazis are not, in my opinion, Jews. They see themselves as Jews, but the Jewish people who are Jews don't see them as Jews. The fact is, their mother's mother is not Jewish. They're not technically Jewish. But they love being Jewish like the Rothschilds did. They were called the Bauers, and they were appointed court Jews by the royalty, the Jewish royalty of the 1500s, to handle their money. They made so much money being usurious and stealing money from people through interest rates that gouged everybody. The Rothschilds, who were Bauers, decided to change their name to Rothschilds. It's a make-believe name. It never existed. They made it up. Just like Zuckerberg. There was no evidence of that name even existing. 5 years ago, we did a search for it. Nothing came up. But now it's got all kinds of historic records. The Zuckerberg family arriving on the boats, all this. I'm a history buff. I'm not a historian. Well, thanks, Willie, for coming back, but don't talk about JFK that way. He tried in his own way to fight this. He stopped the Federal Reserve insofar as printing up his own greenback, silverback dollars. He was truly trying to help our country. That man died for this country, and for you to slander him like that is ridiculous. Yes, you come to the good place. How to convert to Judaism. Many people can convert to Judaism. That doesn't mean you're Jewish. In the Orthodox Jewish religion, you are not allowed in if your mother's mother is not Jewish. Period. These Ashkenazis don't have that history. I think it should be called herstory. History is kind of falling apart. We need herstory. Her story is better than his story, in my opinion. So, bomb suspect has been secured. No more worries. No one was hurt. Not one single bomb went off, amazingly. Not one single bomb was neutralized. They never had to even pull the plug on him. It's pretty good, huh? How many bombs in the world end up arriving in the mail and you don't even have to pull the plug on them, and they just, look at that. They just left it there. It's just like they did when it arrived in the mail. They pulled it out of the package and they left it there. Nobody got hurt. 15 units completely failed. Something's wrong here. Why did they pull the wires on this thing? You'd think they'd pull the wires on these things. They got the guy right away on a trace evidence of a small fingerprint. And you know what else they said drew him out? His misspellings on the package matched his tweet misspellings. Isn't that funny? Oh, and then they claim there's some DNA evidence, but they're not really sure where. I mean, I'm seeing our FBI turn into the Federal Bureau of Intimidation, not investigation. This is the worst, shoddiest lack of detail I've ever seen in my life. And every package doesn't have USPS postage markings on them. Yet they say that every package was processed at a local place near where the guy lived. I mean, come on. Yeah, no bomber. Yeah, you know bomber. I don't think one of these bombs posed a threat. And according to some people, whatever gunpowder that was in it was more like an M80. Why would a person put himself at such great risk to hate on all the Democrats right before an election? Which really makes us sympathetic for the Democrats, ironically. It just doesn't make sense. None of it adds up. It could be the Democrats may have put this together. It's definitely PR for the Democrats, I think. The government is trolling us hard. They're allowed to do that now, Greek God. Ever since NDAA 2012 was signed into law, they nullified anti-propaganda laws like the Smith-Mundt Act, making it legal for them to lie to us. Yeah, maybe he owed a lot of money to somebody, you're right. He definitely had a sticker collection that you could not replicate anywhere in the world. There's no way you could replicate it. It definitely it does not in any way look like some stickered car. And wasn't Florida just hit with a rain? It's strange that Florida's hit with a rain.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. Florida's hit with a rain.
Yo. What?
Yo. And this car is in perfect shape. It has a mint condition exterior. And absolutely not one of those stickers was peeling. I mean, how long were those stickers on there between when it was done at the CIA headquarters and when they delivered the van to his house? I mean, it looked like brand new everything. I don't buy it. And all those stickers, that's just gleaming example of a patsy. So yes, I'm definitely adding this to the false flag alert, for sure. No question about it. They keep doing this. Anything to make us all believe that terrible things are happening. Oh, it's coming. We got to watch out. Danger, danger, danger. And so where is this? The car is for sure how it got, I don't know. Chain of custody. How did any of these letters get in the hands of the USPS if they didn't stamp them as processed? We don't know. So I'm going to play you a little video here to talk about the fraud, and I'll be back in just a bit. Let's take a look.
What's up, everybody? It's me, Henry from Death to Life. You guys definitely know this has been all over the news for a couple of days, and I just uploaded some stuff early this morning, and I just find it so comical. You guys know what I mean? I love it when you guys in the comments section, you know what I mean? You, Tommy, you guys crack me up, man. I kind of do this on Facebook too. I kind of be sarcastic, you know what I mean? So it's a good thing for you to be sarcastic on your comments, because you know, if they ever question you or you're ever in court and they put your comments in court, you always say, hey man, I'm a clown, right? I love joking around. What's wrong with that? You know what I mean? Is it a law against being funny or being comical, right? So, hey, Dorothy, I love your guys' comments. I definitely know what you mean about Florida, California, Texas, New York. Those are the hoax states, man. You know they definitely have it locked down when you see and hear so many hoaxes in that state. Right, so you definitely know they have it locked down. So anyways, just another phony fake show. Tommy again. yep. Carbonite. The world stage. You got it, man. Scott. Who else is Hello Kitty? Hot retarded. I don't know what the heck. Tex, what's up, man? Hey, what's up, DMC? Yeah, man. Total BS. So DMC talked about here about EOD, and folks, I'm telling you right now, I work with EODs, MOSs throughout my SOI career, School of Infantry, and I worked outside of it doing heavy artillery EOD with I can't say his name, but we blew up all kinds of stuff. We messed with IEDs. We mess with Claymore mines. I already told you guys this already. I've done this already. So when I look at these packages, I just want to laugh. You know what I mean? Because it's just so absolute ridiculous, right? So anyways, Lori, yep, man. Dan, what's up, bro? My brother Dan. Yeah, man. Such great detective work. They're just so good, right? Because I mean,
great detective work, yeah. So that's what people listen to at night in our show. I was just doing that because I had to use the restroom. But yeah, it's kind of off the cuff, but it's alternative views that you wouldn't get on YouTube necessarily. We don't do the flat earth thing here. I'm so sorry. That's a mutable offense. You can't bring flat earth crap into our show. No hollow hoax or flat earth crap. We take this seriously. You people are brain dead. The international financing of engineered migration. Now, people wonder, why are all these Western nations being affected by immigration problems? You know, England, Sweden, that's a Western nation. France, well, that's kind of a Western nation. But this is a plan to weaken their borders and weaken their country. This is part of the New World Order manipulation of their country to constantly push immigrants onto their borders. It's happening in America right now with these people coming in. They're trying to replace the white population. That's right, 685. The plan is on. Vertigo politics.
What has never been explored to any significant degree is how this costly billion-dollar international scheme was paid for, and how the poorest people on Earth were somehow able to walk right into the nations of Europe, which often required cold hard cash, and in sums they simply couldn't afford.
I saw it firsthand. We were up in the state of Maine about 10 years ago when the immigration thing started kicking in, and Obama was just coming on board, and people were coming in over the border in Maine so rapidly that it was shocking. And I saw 25 Nigerians come into a McDonald's where I was filming, and there's a video of it on YouTube still to this day. And I actually encountered a weird feeling, like we were in fear for our lives. Sarah said she felt really weirded out because all these Nigerians were wearing thrift store clothes that were kind of like, but they looked like they had never washed. Oh yeah, there's a lot of black people in Maine. No, seriously. But they're all Nigerian, or many of them. You are removed from the show permanently. So what we experienced was this group of Nigerians, 25 of them, coming off a yellow bus. And I made a phone call. I called the Border Patrol. I said, hi, I'm just curious, citizen, did you guys get a bus into, just now, get a bus into the border? A yellow bus carrying 25 Nigerians? And he said, I don't know, man. There was a shift change. I don't know. There was a shift change. They shuttled these people through a shift change. And then they landed at the McDonald's, and every one of them was paying in crisp $20 bills. I asked the lady at the desk. She said she was running out of change because they all had 20s. They had to make change for, a $4 burger. And she said that's all they're paying in is crisp $20 bills. She told me that. And I went down to a market in the area, and I saw these people pull out little envelopes with crisp $20 bills coming out of their envelopes when they were shopping. Oh yeah, brand new money. Brand new money. And it's classic example of how these people are being financed to come into our country and break our immigration system. It sounds real because it is real. Can you not see? All right. From Crystal Pepsi to Colgate lasagna. Big companies' biggest product failures. Okay. Colgate lasagna. What? Crystal Pepsi. Yeah, that didn't work. Products the public rejected. All right. Okay. Is this one of these things where you click through and go to the next slide? Fat-free Pringles. Everybody thought Pringles were low fat to start with, so then when they said fat-free, nobody wanted them. New Satisfries. It didn't go very well. Launching soon, so start popping the popcorn. Okay. Pepsi A&M. Oh yeah, those glasses that record your every move, or VR glasses. Yeah. The Galaxy Note 7. Isn't that the one that blew up, or was that the Note 8? A touch of yogurt shampoo. Yeah, who wants that? I feel like I'm Johnny Carson. I'm not Johnny Carson. I'm not Johnny Carson. I'm not Johnny Carson. Maxwell House brewed coffee in a container. Oh yeah, whatever that is. Cheetos in a stick. Coors, Rocky Mountain glass bottles. Super combo. Oh yeah, you gotta love just getting an old stale sandwich with your soup. Who doesn't want that? Oh yeah, that's gotta be great for all of you people into S&M. A virtual reality S&M mask. This is getting too weird. Thank you for sharing that. Hey, hey, hey. All right, Posies, you don't like what I said? I'm sorry. I'm just asking them, can they not see? I didn't say Nazi. I said it is real. Can you not see? 78% domestic terrorism is from right-wing extremists like you, Ghost. What? How do you know that 78% domestic terrorism is coming from right-wing extremism? Didn't you hear about the left-wing commies that were having extremist bomb attacks? Let's stop hating each other. You know? I mean, I'm guilty of calling you Trump-tards. I'd rather just call you a bunch of idiots, but I went so far as to call you a Trump-tard. I'm guilty of that. Name-calling really never accomplished anything. Our country has Nazis embedded in our government. What are you worried about? Our government has a Department of Homeland Security, the exact same thing Hitler had. They've already integrated into our government. The Nazis are here. You didn't know that? I wouldn't doubt if I went to the FBI right now and look into the background of every one of them, I'd probably pull up a bunch of Nazis. It probably would. During the 1930s, the Bund parties that were going on here were so prevalent prior to the end of the war that 57% of our population was German at the time. Right now, it's 53% has German heritage. But they were so embedded in our government at the time, they didn't even need Operation Paperclip to bring them in. They were already here. The Nazis are deep state, that's right. So when we are talking about the deep state, we're talking about Donald Trump. He's definitely part of this Ashkenazi group that lingers in our government. He loves them. Yeah. Yes, I saw this video the other night. A former CIA chief explained how spies use disguises. That's a pretty good video. I have it in my list. We've already played it, but I could play it again tonight, I guess.
We always talk about disguise as though it's an onion. Whether you're building it or whether you're peeling it off. It's almost transparent layers. And when you get enough of them going, you disappear and this other person is in the room. My name is Jonna Mendez, and I was Chief of Disguise at the CIA. In my role as Chief of Disguise, my major concern was always protecting people.
I would think it would have been looking less like Janet Reno. If I had her in the CIA, I said, could you please look a little less like Janet Reno? That'd be great. I mean, she could be Janet Reno's double. Yeah, this is a very good video. It talks about how people, change their face and how do you make a person look like, you take a standard guy like this and typical face and you make him look like this. I don't know. I don't think she's a robot. But I am coming up with a reason to get up because I have to do one more thing. Yeah, so many of you are living in a much more I guess aware time because media has been so prevalent. And ironically, many of you are starting to seem like you're less aware. I'm not talking about the present company excluded. You're here because you are aware. But for many people who are Trump supporters, they tend to believe that everything is fake news. We are dealing with tons of information, folks, and I get a show every night with about 50 links from various people, all new. I'm processing info all the time. But many of you Republicans kind of buy the whole line that Trump said, oh, it's all fake news, it's all fake news. The media is upset because they don't want to keep being told that everything that they say is fake. But it's true, a lot of it is fake. But you have to decide what's fake. Donald Trump can't tell you what's fake. The media itself can't tell you what's fake. If I say this is true, you'll disbelieve it. You'll think it's fake news. So we're having a problem right now communicating because of these new names and nomenclature. Fake is now the new true. True is the new fake. Everything's all upside down. So it's hard to make decisions and you look at anything and say, well, that's real. The pipe bombs are real. Well, nobody got hurt. No packages had any postmarkings on them. I don't know how real that could be. Someone did send real rice and poison to Trump, but the media doesn't care. Fake bombs sent to Democrats? Oh, it's a big deal. Yeah, I agree. I got your back on all of your concerns about the left wing. Believe me, I started America's Third Party because of the Democratic corruption. I couldn't believe the corruption I saw even at my local committee meetings. I said, I'm out of here. I can't stand it. Democrats don't want to have any bad news. They try to frame everything as, oh, it's got to look good. It's got to make Barack Obama sound good. You know when the Gulf of Mexico oil spill was bleeding into the ocean, left and right? Barack Obama said he was going to clean it up. Oh, we're taking care of it. Well, we'll have it totally clean by 2010. It's a massive pool of oil still sitting underwater right now. He just sprayed Corexit on it and it dropped into the water and it acted like it was like big droplets of water. So it still kills sea life. We're still seeing dolphins dive. Barack Obama just didn't want the bad news. He just did not want any bad news about anything that he said. And that's true with all the Democrats. They don't want anyone to say anything bad about what they're doing. So that's a big problem. And when they told people that Obama didn't solve the healthcare problem, oh, no, you're liars, you're a bunch of right-wingers. No, Obamacare is making sure everyone with pre-existing conditions get coverage. Well, actually, no. You're told that you get a new insurance company if you've got a pre-existing condition. And they tell you your deductible is now $10,000, not $1,000. And that your rates are going to increase double or triple. That's not a great healthcare plan. I got news for you. And he never fought for a public option at a low cost for people. He never did. Bernie is a joke. Bernie is a limousine liberal now. He actually makes $2.5 million or $2.3 million a year, and he drives a luxury vehicle, a sports car that costs $175,000, an Audi R8. Bernie owns 3 houses worth $600,000 now. He profited from the 2016 election when he threw the race to Hillary. Don't trust a word that man said. He was a known moocher ever since he was a young man. He didn't work until he was 45 years old. Bernie. This guy used to be known as the moocher. He went into people's refrigerators and took all their food when he was in the 70s. And then Trump uses this tool. He says that he takes credit for anything positive, and then anything negative, it's always the Democrats' fault. You're right. That's Trump's deal. Thank you, guest 698. So we're right in the middle of the political spectrum. America's Third Party is dedicated to fiscal conservancy, cutting money spent by the government so that we can give it to you, or save you tax dollars. One or the other. I'm just telling you how it is. I don't have a lot of time left to just cater to the Democrats, Republicans. It's not going to work that way. I ran a campaign locally and was slandered in the media. They wouldn't even let me play my rebuttal. I got cheated. Bernie didn't get cheated. I got no airtime over the past 10 years. Bernie got nothing but airtime. Bernie threw the race. Bernie's wife had an opportunity. She actually told Bernie, this is your time to shine, basically. And during the election, when Bernie was running, he had a time to be nominated. He could have been nominated. But the Bernie supporters were ushered out of the DNC's meeting place. They weren't even allowed to get in. It was a complete wash. They just pushed him aside. Here's a hot mic that proves that Bernie had an opportunity. His wife said, this is your time to do it, and he didn't do it. Watch this.
What's been sickening more than one cycle since I've been paying attention to politics in my short life is how quickly seeming champions of the people will just just suddenly turn on everyone and betray them and endorse the very candidate that people would love to see exiled from the country and put on an island like Napoleon or something.
Most of you know this already, that our elections are bread and circuses. It's a big show, it gets everyone involved and makes them feel like they still have a voice in a completely corrupt, thoroughly corrupt system. And what you're seeing right now with the DNC is an inception level of corruption. It's corruption inside corruption, wrapped inside more corruption. Because this whole WikiLeaks thing came out and implicated the DNC in basically rigging the primaries against Bernie and for Hillary, something we all knew was going on, and it was really obvious. Come on, with the improbable coin tosses and card flips, it was a joke. It was a big joke. And everybody knew it. But now there's evidence of it in print. And no one is addressing this, least of all Bernie. He's basically taking it the same exact way Ron Paul took it. Continued to, of course, soak up campaign contributions, but just basically rolled over and took it. Because these people, whatever deal they have made, whatever part they are playing, that's already happened a long time ago. What's sad is that the people who stand behind these people don't understand that.
Bernie Sanders inspired a movement, but with raw wounds reopened, he was forced to play the role of healer, trying to soothe his increasingly frustrated supporters, many of them moved to tears.
It's even more disgusting to watch those candidates liven up and act as if they're speaking the truth and just step aside and be quiet and watch as some of the worst people in history, some of the most ambitious and corrupt and power-hungry people assume their supposedly proper place in history.
You had Bernie pretty much booed almost completely off the stage yesterday.
We have got to defeat Donald Trump, and we have got to elect Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine.
When he pulled his whole, we have to get behind Hillary and vote for her so that we can destroy Trump thing, which, if you think about this tactically, is the only way the establishment can get a Hillary Clinton presidency to pass with still somehow maintaining a semblance that our elections aren't 100% fake and rigged, like we're all pretty sure that they are. Okay? The only way they've been able to do that is to completely demonize Trump in the press, talk about what a xenophobic monster he is, all talking points that they've come up with to make him just look like the most horrible person ever, so that by the time they pull Bernie out from the people who are actually supporting the Democratic side of things, then they can say, well, if you don't want this horrible monster Trump to be president, you have no other hope, no other choice in the world but Hillary Clinton. By the way, very sad for Hillary Clinton that the only way she can attain a presidency is through cheating, corruption, lying to people, and making them feel so desperate they have no other choice than to vote for her. It is really, really pathetic. And if she had a soul or feelings or humanity, she would not be able to look at herself in the mirror. After he's basically booed off stage, what happened next is the mind-blowing part. You had Jane Sanders, Bernie's wife, walk up to the podium and say something to him that was caught on the hot mic. Check this out. They don't know your name is being put in nomination. That's the concern. See?
Okay, you heard it. I'm glad they explained that to everybody. Yeah. He was given the opportunity. His wife even said, do it. He got money to throw that election. Hillary funneled millions of dollars, at least a couple million went his way. I definitely know he bought two $600,000 houses and an Audi R8 in this time period, which is about $1 million, $1.5 million. So Bernie profited from the whole thing. And when he said, I don't want to talk about Benghazi either, you know, I'm sounding like Trump here. My Bernie turned into Trump. But he basically didn't want to talk about Benghazi. He threw the race. Had he used Benghazi against her, he could have beaten Hillary in that case, and we would have had Bernie Sanders as our president. Meanwhile, I got no media attention whatsoever over the past 10 years. It means that they're rigging elections. It means that all of our political process right now is corrupt. The two-party system is corrupt to the core. That's why I've been pushing a third party for the past 10 years. And I made a little progress getting the word out around the world, but you guys are talking to me and talking about me, and I appreciate that. I'm glad you talk about me, and I appreciate it. I really do, but we're up against an unbelievable attack on our freedoms, our rights, and our political process. If I was allowed to get into the race in 2016, I would have ripped Donald Trump a new one. I would have told him exactly where he was coming from. And I would have showed the American people how corrupt his corporate connections are and how his Russian... Well, I did. I actually told people about it all during our show for the 8 months prior to the election. I'm the guy that kept talking about the Russian connection. I'm the one who led on this story. But now I'm seeing Mueller drift into the background. He doesn't want to even make any statements because there's so much damning evidence to suggest that Donald Trump is conspiring that I think our national security has been at risk all along. They don't know what to do. They know that if we go to impeachment, it's going to hurt the economy, so they're afraid to do that too. I don't even think the Democrats have it in them to impeach Donald Trump. They're too weak. And I've seen this time and time again. And look at this Beto O'Rourke. This guy, he comes off as he's like the Democratic version of Donald Trump, calling Ted Cruz a liar without even specifying which statements he made were lies. It's like they don't even want to defend their statements anymore. They're just recanting what Trump said. So Sarah is here finally. Thank you for coming in and
thanks.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Finally.
I'm glad you made it. You got your you got your up your court. You know, I was thinking for Halloween.
That's why I took a mask.
Oh, you took the mask?
Pretend to be a doctor.
Oh, good. Okay.
So.
Well, I was thinking you could actually be my programmer because I'm going to be an android.
Oh yes.
You could be my programmer.
You could be your programmer.
Yeah.
Well, this is even better because it does it's like robotics.
Good. So robotics, you'll wear that for the Halloween thing. She has a house coat.
Lab coat, yeah.
Okay, too weak. If they're bought off, they're not weak. They simply don't care. The whole thing is a show. Well, you can categorize sovereign. You can categorize weakness in the category of being greedy and bought off too. Just clump that into the category of weakness. Greed is a terrible, terrible sin, really. And these people are really greedy, and the Democrats and Republicans are no different. And they'll do a lot, anything for money, but they won't necessarily stand up to each other to stand up against the wrongs that are being committed in our society. I was told to shut up at a Democratic club meeting. Not because my ideas weren't interesting and everyone was talking about it, because everyone was really interested in what we were talking about. I was told just to shut up. All right. That's why I started America's Third Party, and that's why we're here every day.
What's the difference? 627.
So they found a guy who they believe is the guy who did it. They found a single fingerprint and a supposed DNA match on these bombs that many of them, 15 of them have been delivered. None of them have detonated. Not one single device went off. And
the FBI director says they're not hoax devices.
The problem is not one of these photographs that we've seen shows a picture of a package that actually was processed by the USPS. There's no processing marks at all on any of the packages. That's suspicious. And the pipe bomb itself was not neutralized. The wires are all connected still. So they literally allowed it to open up. They must have had prior knowledge that this was not going to blow up. Otherwise, they would have pulled the wires. Everything the FBI has been pushing on this story doesn't add up. But you can believe whatever you want. They got the guy, and he's a nutcase, and he has a brand new vehicle that looked like it had just come out of the. His vehicle looks like it just came out of the car wash. They have it on a flatbed here. But the side of his car had all these stickers that were... I've never seen any of these stickers anywhere advertised. I don't know where anyone would get any stickers like these. But what's really interesting is they were all completely in pristine condition. The stickers were. Man, I'm having a hard time navigating here. Let me show you the stickers on the side of the van. Now, Florida just had a big rain, a massive rain, but yet his van doesn't have any typical residue from the rain. You know, it ripples paper and plastic whenever it sticks on the outside of a window.
Unless those are on the inside.
They're not. They're on the outside.
How do you know?
Well, I can tell. You wouldn't see them if they were on the outside, the inside of a tinted window.
Maybe it's not tinted.
Well, from the side here, it looks like a tinted window. Right here. And you can see that that's tinted window next to stickers on the outside of the window. If the window was not tinted, I would agree with you. But since the window is tinted, I'm going to assume that this is on the outside. No rippling, no obfuscation of anything. Brand new finish, looking good, man. And all these stickers indicate that he is a nutcase. Everything is just too pat in this case. Everything just lines up too perfectly. That screams of the dreaded false flag. All right, thank you. Sarah's going to take over.
Oh, you've invited who, Ghost? You say you've invited them. Who is them? Who are they? You think the Supreme Court is going to be 7-2? You might be right. Oh, okay. That's so funny. 627. He put cat stuck in a tree, saved by firefighters. It's clearly a New World Order conspiracy. Well, I'm not a Trumptard. 791. No nights off. If I'm not here, I'm somewhere else. Doing something else. Not taking a night off, that's for sure. Well, David did tell me last night I could take the night off, but then I was already... Did I do it? No, because I was already dressed, so anyway. Yeah, I didn't do that. You're too tired. Good night, Juan. Go to sleep. Make sure you turn off your computer, because being around electronics isn't going to help you with your sleep REM cycle. I say that, but I watch TV late at night. I know I shouldn't, but I do. Oh, a Bernie supporter tried to assassinate Republicans? I didn't hear about that. Wow. Oh, 627 recalls quite a bit of press about that terrible incident. I take it, Ghost, you're responding to someone in the chat room and not myself. Because I don't think of myself as a spook.
Everything points to him saying he was like a gleaming example of, come catch me, hurry, catch me. You know, he's just like telling people, you know, look at me.
Yeah.
Threats against the president on these stickers. And threats against Obama on the stickers, the former president.
Yeah.
And it's really ironic because in 2002, he'd been arrested for a bomb threat. He'd already been on their radar. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, it's good. I'm glad you guys talk to the chat room, because then I can just catch up on the news and you can talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves. how the federal, I kind of want to read this if I can, the USA Today article, how the federal agents, I wonder if it'll let me read it. How the federal agents caught bombing suspect Cesar Sayoc, a single fingerprint DNA match. People who know him said they were shocked he's suspected of mailing at least 14 explosive packages through the mail. Some describe him as a churchgoer, others as someone who worked with strip clubs. A churchgoer who worked with strip clubs. Federal authorities identified and captured this 56-year-old Florida man. He's their lone suspect. The break arrived when someone at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, had 2 of the 13 unexploded devices were delivered for analysis. One of these was addressed to Obama, the other to Maxine Waters. They were turned over to bomb technicians and analysts. They made a crucial discovery. On the padded manila envelope containing the device destined for Maxine Waters was a fingerprint. So either by Thursday, investigators have matched the single print to a man with a lengthy criminal record in Florida. Further examination of both the Waters and Obama devices revealed DNA among the components of the pipe bombs. They were crudely constructed of 6-inch PVC cylinders, small timers, batteries, wiring, and energetic material. Late Thursday night, the investigators called on colleagues from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to compare the recovered DNA with existing samples taken from the suspect in previous criminal cases. Yeah, just energetic material in this article is another match. Okay, wait. Oh, so they did match the DNA. Federal authorities, just 4 days after the first device was found at the New York home of George Soros, were ready to move in. Right. And he said that it's better work than in the TV shows, TV dramas like CSI and things like that. Hello, Howie did it. How are you? 639 thinks they have a patsy. Well, if they have a patsy, whoever was the actual person behind it had a vendetta for that guy as well. And who would have a vendetta against him? Anyway. I don't know, but I think some people in here have some conspiracy theories too, Sovereign. Well, there's certain things that I have, I was saying about conspiracies. Which ones do I believe in? Not many, I guess. I don't think I believe in many. Silent Man is so high. Are you in an airplane right now? Is that why you're so high? Oh, wait. Are you in like a rocket ship? That would be very high off of the ground. Do I believe 9/11 was an inside job? No. Do I believe we didn't land? I believe we landed on the moon. Do you think the public was lied to about 9/11? I have my own theories on 9/11 that are totally different than any conspiracy theory I've ever heard, so. Or real theory. My theory is, and this is a very far-fetched theory, I think some people can become evil, but I don't think, the thing is, I don't think that there is an evil baby in the world. So I don't believe that people are genuinely evil, because I don't think people are born evil. I think that people can become that way based on their decisions. Oh, that's very cool. It's amazing what you can do in your imagination, 698. No, I don't invite David in to do a counterpoint argument, but we had an astronaut visit our school, and there was a kid that asked about something, and you could just tell that the kid's parents didn't believe in the moon landing. Hey, I have to wonder what her brother did to make her want to do that, 639. Yeah. The great debate keeps going in the direction of determinism over free will. There's no evil. All right. Okay, I'm glad I saw that story. I guess I'll go back to the news. Dynamite alarm clock. Wake up inside a Hollywood action movie. That's an alarm clock. I don't even want to promote that, so I'm definitely not going to show it on the screen, Master Meatball. I don't know if he realizes that you can hear everything in here. That's what I think, like, when he goes to another room, he doesn't realize. Did you guys hear that or no? No. Oh. I guess I'm talking way too low. Yeah. Anyway. Moving on. Bomb suspect threatened people on Twitter, and Twitter did not act. The federal agents caught the bombing suspect with a single... I got that. Trump is tweeting at 3 a.m. What is he tweeting about? A rant about CNN. Critics say Trump's campaign season proposals are more politics than policy. He's considering banning all. Why do you need to talk to me one-on-one? I don't understand, 642. He wants to ban all migrants at the U.S.-Mexico border. Oh, you have fancy white sauce for fettuccine, but you only have orzo? Why don't you just try it with the orzo? I'm sure it's still great. It's like Alfredo sauce. Alfredo and orzo. That's really good. Mine as well. Yeah, try it. I bet it will taste good. Do you have any chicken to go with it? I mean, that would be really good. I'd eat that. Espanol is coming. Ooh, you have a 5-pound hen. That's a big chicken. Oh, you paid $5 for your hen? Yeah, that's about right. A dollar a pound. That's about right. Megyn Kelly is negotiating an exit. The Megyn Kelly Today Show is canceled. NBC host is negotiating an exit. It's been canceled. No, I don't wear high heels. I don't have the best feet for that. Needs to talk to you. Well, thank you. I'm glad we've talked before, but then if we've talked before, then you know how to reach me. And if you don't know how to reach me, that's because I probably don't want to talk to you. Yeah, I don't want to accept any collect calls. No thanks. No, thank you. I used to be even nicer than I am now. I'm still a very nice person, but I'm a little jaded, I guess. I'm a little bit jaded. Did I do that in less than 10 words? I don't know. We have payphones on our island. There's 2 of them on our main road. What's a payphone? I know some people, I'm sure some people that don't know what's a payphone.
Nobody knows what a payphone is.
It's a box that it's like...
We'd have to get a picture of it.
Yeah, I know. Do you know what Superman went into in order to change into his outfit? The original Superman? That was a payphone.
Do you want anything to dinner? Like, I can make you a tuna melt. You want that?
Oh, that would be excellent.
Okay.
Thank you. I took your soup for lunch.
Oh, good.
I can... Superman? I don't believe that. Here, these are pictures of payphones. Those are all the old payphones, but here's a payphone booth. And we have like a... They look like video stores. Those are payphones. We do still have 2 payphone booths And yeah, it's like the thing that Doctor Who steps into once in a while. These were the old payphones instead of pay-as-you-go phones. You have to find a payphone, make a call. Isn't it amazing? Like, at least the people that have been around a while, payphones don't seem that prehistoric. They build your wall with old payphone carcasses, but they're mostly have glass around them, so people could easily break them. The tabs probably are burning up my RAM. I'm sure that's the case. Well, I'll just have to get more RAM in here then. Alright, I'll get rid of the payphone tab. I'll start with that. How about that? And then we'll look at this one. So we had top youth soccer recruits for Trump. Trump Pence. Wow. Okay, I'm getting rid of this MMA thing. MMA fighting link. I'm getting rid of that. I'm slowly going through them. I'll go through David's tabs. Papadopoulos threatens to pull out of the Mueller plea agreement. He felt like he'd been set up by the government and his plea deal was a result of inadequate counsel. He's considering withdrawing from a cooperation agreement he entered into with special counsel Mueller, the investigator probing allegations of collusion between the Trump campaign and the Russian government. He believes there was tremendous misconduct on the government's behalf regarding his case, and given certain information he learned just yesterday that he can't publicly disclose, he's actually even considering withdrawing his agreement he's come to with the government. He was sentenced in September to 2 weeks in jail, despite reaching a plea deal with Mueller for lying to investigators. He said he believes he's been set up by the government. His plea deal was a result of inadequate counsel. Papadopoulos, prosecutors said, revealed the Australian ambassador to the United Kingdom in 2016. He knew Russia had dirt on then Democratic nominee Hillary Clinton. He said Friday he did not recall such a conversation. That conversation kicked off the FBI's probe into Russian interference in the presidential election. When recommending that Papadopoulos serve jail time, the special counsel argued that his dishonesty impeded their investigation and cost them the opportunity to interview the professor with Russian ties who allegedly told Papadopoulos about Moscow's procurement of thousands of emails that would be damaging to Clinton. And Papadopoulos claims he continues to support the Trump presidency. All right. Do I need to read any more of this? I think I can close out of that. I'll go back to you guys for a little bit. Some say they want 2 terabytes of memory. I would need a lot of memory if I wanted to store all of David's videos. Seagate has a 16 terabyte hard drive for sale. Well, yeah, I mean, not that I want to store all of David's videos, but I remember, you know, back in the day, I have like a 1 megabyte jump drive or something like that. It hardly holds anything, maybe a few documents. A Star Trek, they do have Romulans. That's true.
Yeah, I went to the dollar store today and picked up a...
That's what David would say, 1932.
I picked up a bunch more of that mackerel at the dollar store.
Oh, okay.
And I met a black man who was purchasing some food, and he said, I just can't stop buying stuff here at the dollar store. It's like, yeah, amazing. The deals are incredible. Yeah. I mean, people go into the dollar store with one item that they want to buy, and they come out with an entire basket. Dollar store mackerel is the way to go. Yeah, that stuff was great in our dinner I made. The Mac Attack.
Yeah, that was good.
It was good. I enjoyed it. You bet. You better believe it. You better believe it.
Iranian boats approached a Navy ship in the Persian Gulf while a U.S. general was aboard. It's a lab coat. I'm glad you like that, Ticken. Wow. Wow. GM breaks with the Trump administration and calls for nationwide electric car sales program. All right, this is from electric.co. GM today issued a press release calling for a national zero emissions vehicle program. On the surface, it might seem like a surprising self-regulatory proposal from the automaker, but it comes with several hugely disappointing caveats. Trump's EPA confirmed their intention to lower fuel consumption standards, allowing automakers to sell more polluting cars. GM actually lobbied for that change, but they argued that their goal wasn't to lower the standards. They continue to say it just wants a 50-state solution, no matter how horrible it is. They say this national zero emissions vehicle program is modeled on the existing zero emissions vehicle program, but the automaker added a few points. They wanted to establish zero emissions vehicle equivalents by credits each year, starting at 7% in 2021, increasing 2% each year to 15% by 2025 and 25% by 2030.
Yeah, those are good goals. You know, nothing wrong with goals.
All right. Anyway,
it's like
here's
the endless
David.
highway over there. Madhouse is putting out. Okay, thanks, man. Sovereign came by and hung out in our iVlog show, and he's hanging out. So emission control is something that we've, the California standards of air pollution control have led the way and unfortunately eliminated a lot of cars from getting into the country, like Volkswagen. They have mileage diesels that get 70 miles per gallon, but they can't bring them into our country because of the California emission controls, the CAFE standards. And that's been a big problem, and it's never been addressed in government. It's like the elephant in the closet is California's holding our country down from high mileage. You got to wonder, is the oil company behind this? I support the idea of hybrid electrics. And that includes hydrogen electric. Let's clear the junk out of here. Okay, what junk are we dealing with, Akira? A Blue Motion engine. I don't know what that is. So I made you a wonderful tuna melt on your next to your bed there with a blue towel, and you enjoy it. Should be good. Yeah, enjoy. You need to take a break. It's been a long day for you. I've given you 5 minutes to take a break, and I'll be right. Just kidding.
Yeah, I should give you a longer time.
No. You had a full week, honey. I absolutely want you to have a good rest. So enjoy. I turned the heater on for you. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so we're in the show, and we're going to kind of like slow down. We start the first part of the show really fast because I have so much news to bring in. And then it's kind of catch up after that. I'm just happy that Donald Trump believes that he's discussing forming an impenetrable cybersecurity unit so the election hacking and many other negative things will be guarded, and he's going to ask Putin to help. So that's got to be the most airhead statement I've ever seen anyone write. If he isn't colluding with Russia, how could he not be? I mean, it's like, why would he be asking Putin to help with a cybersecurity unit to prevent election hacking? Oh, it's all a Russian hoax. Yeah. Anita believes in MKUltra. Yeah. Well, MKUltra was a publicly talked about thing. It went into Congress and they talked about how they manipulate people's minds to commit assassinations. 1995, MKUltra subcommittee hearings. David, look at this. Donald is just a guy who likes money. Look at it that way, If you look at it this way, he's just a guy who likes money, then, Yeah, it's way simpler than MKUltra. It's just a guy with a lot of debt, a lot of money, he likes money, he likes to grab women's asses. That kind of thing. Grab them by the beep, beep. I take good care of her, yeah. Sarah's a wonderful person. She deserves nothing but the best.
Let's see how this works. I got something here to tick you off. I was over in Europe for a 2.5-week vacation.
Yeah.
We rented a Volkswagen station wagon. I don't know if it was a Golf or a Passat, but it was a station wagon. We had 4 people, and none of them small. Packed with luggage, drove it for 2,100 miles, and we were amazed at what the mileage was on it. When we got through, it worked out to 52 miles a gallon. I could not believe this. So when talking to the dealer over there, they said, yeah, the car on highway with a normal load hits 72 miles to the gallon. After talking to another person over there, I found out that the current Ford model they were selling over there in a diesel was getting 70.1 or 71 miles a gallon. So when I come back to the U.S., I call the local Volkswagen dealer. They said, yes, we have a Volkswagen TDI Passat. What's the mileage? 44 miles a gallon. Well, no, I want the 1.6 Blue Motion TDI. Oh, you can't get that in that model here. Well, why not? The U.S. government won't allow it. Now, I thought this was BS, so what I did is I started doing some research. Now, when you go online, if you go to Volkswagen America, check out the mileage, you'll see what they offer. Then, go back and make sure you type in Volkswagen of UK and go to their specs and their, let me see here.
Okay, I will get back to him in a bit, but he said a mouthful there. That'll be a video we'll play tonight. Thank you for that. It's true, though. You know? All of us. You seem like a guy, Sovereign, who drives a Volkswagen Golf. Am I right? He's drinking his beer. I knew it. I knew it. I could always tell. Yeah, hey, anyway, if you are concerned about getting, that special thing that you have right now, you have something you want to do, go do it. Now is the time to do that special thing. Drink your booze, whatever you're doing. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not endorsing drinking or smoking or anything like that. But, I do believe that I am perhaps the best choice you've got right now for 2020. And I think you're in the right place. So congratulate yourself for coming to our show and just say, hey, I'm here hanging with Mr. Right. Okay? Thank you.
You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, too good to be true.
It took me a while to realize that at the end it said too good to be true. I was just grabbing music from the Magix.com site to make that, so it was a lot easier. I put it together in a couple minutes. I said, all these things would work really well edited together. And I just said, yeah, let's do it. I can't play Can't Stop until 10 o'clock because I have to only play the leader of it and record only about 10 seconds of it. Then I drop out of it so they don't monetize me. So I close down the show at 10 o'clock with Can't Stop. Well, there's something about native intelligence that you have within your mind that makes things happen naturally. Now, I've discovered this over my lifetime that you'll pick up something at the thrift store or whatever, like I do. You'll say, that might come in handy sometime. And sure enough, it fits right into a bigger picture that you have. It's like we know in advance. If you just follow your intuition, there's a latent intelligence that lingers below the surface that you're not even aware of. They call it your gut, intuition. For many people, it is that inner voice that keeps you, on track. But that's really what's going on. Your mind is thinking way ahead of itself. Most of you are. Some of you are kind of just barely getting along, though. But if you're in this room talking and chatting, you're probably sitting on well over 110 IQ. Not like Donald, who's probably lingering around 95. So, Your intelligence, though, will come out in your life. People have different types of intelligences. Do you have any specific talents? You know, like, are you a kinetic learner? Are you good at sports? That's a kinetic intelligence. You learn from watching a dance and be able to repeat their moves. All right, so Sovereign, do you want to say anything in the show? Let me bring in the unmuted side of the show. Yeah, you look like you got a guy who wants to talk about something. I don't know. Not really? You can test your mic if you want, you know, but if you don't want to talk, that's cool. Nobody's monetizing anybody. That's the thing. Our show is all about volunteerism. Thank you, Mad Professor. We are all about volunteering our time and energy. I've donated 10 years of my time to stopping the censorship, and that's a significant amount of time. I've given 10 years of my time to other things. I spent about 8 years of my life helping a couple of people battle through cancer. I dedicated my whole from 18, 19, all the way to about 25 to 26, I dedicated to a couple that I was working for, and she ended up getting cancer. And through that whole time period, I was with them and helping them make money while the IRS was swooping down on them and stopping them and repossessing their stuff, kicking them out of their beautiful house that they were living in. Because I'm a good person. I really felt bad for them, specifically her. And she was a wonderful woman that I got to know, who's my employer. And she ended up getting uterine cancer and battled it for 6 years. And it was just horrific. And I was there every step of the way, all the way to her funeral. So, you know, if you have a purpose in life, my purpose at the time was I really wanted to help them. But when I look back, I really probably wasted those years. I should have been doing other things. I could have been pursuing my college education. But it was a good thing. It was a thing that I think I needed to try to help people. But it was a lost cause. I mean, it ripped through her body and just kept going. She originally felt some menstrual cramps, unusual bleeding, went to the doctor, female gynecologist, said to her, "Oh, just wait and we'll see." Well, we waited 6 weeks, 8 weeks, no intervention. That was the time to intervene. And then, she had cancer. And then they had doctors screw her over left and right financially. You wouldn't believe it. A surgery cost $240,000. And the guy would sue her because they couldn't get enough money out of her. And these people, they had a house, really nice house. And it was pathetic. It was the most sad thing I've ever seen. And then the surgeon that did the work on her used a staple gun instead of surgery, where you sew people up. They're using staple guns on you now. And I don't know if it's true now, but at that time, the staples were metal. They may be plastic now, but they stay in your system. It's not like they're going to solve your problems. They literally don't biodegrade necessarily. And these staples, she couldn't even have an MRI to see if the cancer was coming back because the staples were there. Yeah, but these are internal wounds. These surgical staples were internal. Oh, yeah. And then she couldn't even find out if she had cancer until, reading the tests and all. Went in for another surgery. Cancer kept growing. More staples. Another couple $100,000. These people got ripped off for $1 million in less than 3 or 4 years. Maybe 6 years, as long as she lived. Doctors don't seem to care about people anymore. They're all about their new car. For years, they've all bought Lexuses across the country. Every parking lot, Lexus. Now, you got to see Teslas now. So now you're seeing Teslas. And they're all upgrading from Lexuses. So you're probably going to find a few Lexuses on Craigslist. Or maybe they just take it to the lot and trade up to a Tesla. But there is no limit to their level of greed in healthcare. And I think we, the people, are being screwed over so much in healthcare at this point. It's laughable. I mean, I'm not laughing as in funny, haha. I mean, it's laughable how sick these people are. I don't call them professionals. I call them pro-criminals because they're so good at gouging your healthcare costs. It's completely corrupted. And healthcare is the only area that trade law doesn't seem to apply. Plumbers aren't allowed to just gouge you when you walk in with your water heater job. They can't just hit you with, massive amounts of money. They have trade laws that dictate contract law. In healthcare, anybody can be charged anything. Oh my God, we've got a guest appearance from Jason from the horror movie. His name is Puff Pass, and he's going without a face today because he's protecting his identity. Some of you want to protect your identity or, more inclined to do that. Here's Puff Pass. Last night we got, oh, there you are. You have a face, cool. Okay, well, I'm going to open up your mics if you guys have any mics. Some of you don't. You don't want to have a mic, but that's cool. So Halloween's upon us. I'll be going as Dave, the android character I'm developing. Okay, so Sarah's going to be my programmer. I am Dave. Digital audio video entity. It's going with the theme that maybe I am a robot. It looks like Jackson. Really? He's going to go get something. It looks like Jackson. Really? He's going to go get something. Okay. Oh, what do you have? A knife. Oh, okay. Now you really do look like Jason, yeah. It's not a pointy knife too. It's more of an ethical knife, a rounded blade ethical knife. Yeah, you wouldn't want to, have a pointy knife. Oh man, that's sharp. Isn't it amazing? It's like the Ginsu steak knife. This is getting serious. Wow, that's a sharp knife. Well, thanks for making a guest appearance, Jason, on the show. Appreciate it, man. We're always interested in knowing how absolutely off the deep end we all are. I know. Cool. Okay. Well, thanks for coming in and sharing your knife. Everything's possible. Dave, why do all the failures of life hang out at iBlog and Vaughn? It seems to be a really nice place for people who've decided to make their hobby or avocation watching iBlog and Vaughn. I think it's actually a cool thing. And why are you calling them failures? Because you yourself are a failure? No, I'm not Messiah. And if you're going to say Messiah, you have to spell it right. Messiah is nothing. Yeah. And I'm not your Messiah. I'm just a guy who's trying to fight for freedom in America by wearing a Freedom Friday tie here. I know you'll never get a job. I told you we're going to get you $400 a month minimum so you can sit and look at it. Some of you are on a scale of autism. You're right on the edge. And you really don't want to work. And all you're going to do is stand there and go, what do I do next? Okay. Could I play in the bathroom with the sink water? But that's okay. That's what autism people like to do. I walked into a Lowe's one day. A Lowe's, repair shop, or it's actually like Home Depot. And I walked in there and I saw this guy working there washing his hands for like 20 minutes. And he just would play with the water. And he was an autistic guy that had a job there. Autistic people really love the water. Techwalla. David, I heard Donald Trump called you. Good evening. We got a guy who sounded just like Donald Trump calling me. Was that you? Because it didn't go through. Yeah. David, I want to talk to you. I don't think that's an appropriate video to look at, the Mad Professor one. Yeah. No, I'm offering... No, if you're voting for Oprah, bear in mind that when Oprah gets in the race, I'm offering $1,005. But she hasn't gotten in the race yet. I said $400, yes. That's what standing offer is. I haven't moved yet because nobody's officially gotten in the race yet with their... Some people are saying $500. I know. No one's gotten in the race yet officially. Well, if they are officially, I haven't heard it. Where David go? The video's black. I don't mind blackface. you got knocked off. Wow. Okay, refresh, please. Vaughn got knocked off. I said 400, yes. But I will up it to 1,005 to beat Oprah if she gets in the race. You think Jason is broadcasting as Puff Puff? Puff Pass? Does that mean you pass on a puff? Or are you a puff passer? It seems like you're a puff passer. Natural, medical, natural. R-Med. Oh, good. So you're smoking some pretty good natural oil there. R-Med oil. Is that CBD oil? Or let's hear if we can listen to this guy. Okay. I don't think you're, yeah, okay. Your mic's off now. We have puff passers out there. We've got a lot of things we could talk about. Mad, yeah. So it looks like something, some nature oil. I'm not sure what nature oil is. CBD oil? Use your words. Now, if you can't use your words, it's okay. Be like the puffer fish. Pass the puffer.
But something far more extraordinary seems to be happening. When attacked, pufferfish release a neurotoxin. In high doses it can kill, but in small doses it has a narcotic effect.
I had a narcotic effect there just from watching the dolphins get high. Well, that's smart. You know, using weed around non-smokers is a bad thing because, yeah, you're kind of getting the marijuana smell in their face. Sarah does not like the smell of marijuana, and if I ever try to imbibe, I will turn the fan on. I have caught a puffer fish in my life. I've never eaten one. I understand they're toxic. I don't know. There's supposedly a Korean group of South Koreans prepare it a certain way. But if you prepare it wrong, you can die. What about the lemurs? What about them? What about the lemurs? I'm just not sure if we really need to talk about lemurs right now, man. I mean, the world's collapsing around us and we're talking about lemurs. So we talked about GM calling for a garbage national zero emissions vehicle program that would let China keep the UV lead. Well, I think the fact that China is making American cars really kind of confuses matters now that they own half of General Motors. Yeah, I think that's kind of a non-issue, whether it's China or the US making zero emissions. I think we should move to zero emissions at all times, but forcing the issue is a little bit of a kind of a sad thing. The Democrats want to penalize you for your old clunker, which you call a classic car, and you have every right to keep. I will not charge you taxes extra for clunkers. If you want to run them on the highway, that's your choice. You're the one paying the money in extra gas. It really would be terrible if somebody, you know, were to actually make the mistake of getting close to me, because I am extremely dangerous insofar as I'm fully armed. I have 2 arms, fully armed with 2 arms. Yeah. You'd be very, very unsure of your outcome if you got near me. I just don't think we need to talk about Akira here. Okay, thanks. You obviously have a thing, an anger toward him. Yes, many of you have disliked certain people in the show, and that's wrong. Can't we just get along? Okay, this is a story that came to us from Scissor Fight early in the show. I want to bring it in. It's kind of an interesting story because it talks about, yeah, at the very center of this whole thing. The Podesta emails. The elephant in the closet. You know, CNN came up with the word fake news when they were referring to Pizzagate. And all of this is about the Podesta emails. Why is WikiLeaks' entire raw data set of Podesta emails incomplete? Exactly how many are there? The issue of how many items are in the WikiLeaks release should be a straightforward question. When it comes to the number of Podesta emails, however, the answer depends on who you ask or what resource you consult. WikiLeaks themselves provide 4 different numbers ranging from a little over 50,000 to a little under 60,000. Unlike the issues of the DNC emails, this isn't recent, but it has been neglected and ignored both by the press and by WikiLeaks. I first noticed the inconsistency between the number of emails that would be displayed through a blank search and total number of emails during the first week it releases. On October 12, 2016, I privately raised the issue with WikiLeaks and was told that it was a temporary indexing issue that WikiLeaks was well aware of and that the search interface would catch up. We understand the issue. The search engine has not yet caught up. Assured that the issue was temporary, I forgot about it until a project recently had made an attempt to gather all the Podesta emails into one place. The obvious starting point for this was what WikiLeaks referred to as the entire raw data set for all published Podesta emails. The link shown on WikiLeaks search pages for Podesta emails leads to the compressed MBOX file named Podesta Emails MBOX. A search of Reddit and Twitter in the Wayback Machine indicate that November 6, 2016 was in fact the first day the file was available. Imported into the Thunderbird, the MBOX appears to contain 50,866 emails. Oh, it's funny. There's no link there to download the raw version of this. The entire raw datasec MBOX provides the lowest count of emails, though this may be explained by its release being followed by several more publications of Podesta emails. It's unclear why WikiLeaks never updated the file or changed the description of it. One intriguing possibility for why this happened depends entirely on how one parses WikiLeaks words and what exactly was meant by well over. When WikiLeaks first began publishing the Podesta emails, they described the pending publication as being well over 50,000 emails. If one is inclined to believe that well over referred to something in the 800 email range, then it could mean that WikiLeaks originally planned to complete the publications of emails on or about November 6th, and the remaining emails have gotten lost or were sent separately. While worth considering, this possibility seems less likely than WikiLeaks meaning something in the 7,000 to 9,000 email range, while nearly 60,000 might have sounded better and been a more natural choice of words in that case. The choice would be consistent with the organization's general desire to keep their cards close to their chest. Yeah, so where are the extra emails? Yeah. If only the discrepancy were in the inbox, which was published before all Podesta emails were out. So these are all the emails, and yeah, it's just like a blank search for the Podesta emails shows there are 58,000. So we're missing some of them. Yeah. So, Mr. Podesta, if you're hiding something, we want to see it. Please, make it available to all of us, because this is not cool. Mr. Podesta, are you actually trying to, prevent anyone from seeing your emails? Do you have people you know at the, yeah. You watch news from Iceland? Yeah, pretty good. So we really never really got to the bottom of Pizzagate, did we? And you're Sarah's reading lesson? I know. Well, I was reading for you because I thought it was appropriate. Sarah does that too. And I thought I'd kind of fit into that category of... we don't talk about sex in the show. Yeah, I don't talk about... And I'm 58 years old, and I can tell you my sexual virility has not declined at all. I'm just as vivacious as I ever was. Yeah, I've got a lot of sexual animism that seems to be contained within my body. I've controlled it very well over the years. I'm not like Trump. I don't grab women by the beep beep when I walk around them. Yeah, they just look at me and want me, but I don't in any way make overtures. Yes. I'm not looking to polish my flagpole, okay? I'd rather just talk about ideas. I'm more cerebral that way. What do you say? Let's time out Mad for the evening. Well, as long as Mad Professor is not attacking you, Akira, we're okay. This is an idea I came up with in 2010, I think. It's a Savonius windmill that was patented with an open source patent by Savonius. so no one can buy it and take over it. And the telephone pole, I believe, the electric pole is not patented, so I don't have to worry about that. And they do exist. So there's 1 million telephone poles across the country. Every one of these can be retrofitted with a windmill. Now, I've talked to wind power people that say, oh no, you get much faster speeds in the high altitudes. Hey, you know, if I could get at 5 mile per hour wind speeds, if I can get energy out of that, I'm good with that. If it doesn't hurt a bird, I'm good with that. If it doesn't spread out the electrical field into an area that would cause dangers to people around them, I'm good with that. So here we have a perfectly good infrastructure of electric poles all across the country that could easily generate electricity at wind speeds as low as 5 miles per hour. And we haven't made this simple plan to put something like that up. I've had people tell me, oh, I thought of that. Oh, I think that's being done. It's not being done anywhere in America. So we have a big growth area where we could create windmills that we could even export them overseas. But America is not thinking about production. It's thinking about masturbation. Most people in America aren't thinking, oh, I'd like to make a widget and, you know, create something that will make people happy or make money or, yeah. They're thinking about how they're going to masturbate and what they're going to masturbate to tonight. You know why? Because that's all they think about. When they don't think about that, they get, you know, their Halloween costumes out and start, you know, doing initial work to decide, well, is this Halloween or who's wearing the mask here? I wish I could get rid of that thing. Not you guys. You guys are fine. Obviously, you're safe and sane. But, yeah. So we've lost that creative edge. I'm not saying either one of you couldn't create something in your backyard with some 2x4s. You probably could. I'm sure you're capable. But most people are not really inclined to be industrialists anymore. We're not. The Nikola Teslas are working on solar robots. We've got a few of them, but our country just lost its industrial edge, and we've never gotten it back, and Trump isn't doing a damn thing to correct that. And the economy knows that. That's why it's deflating right now. That's why the stock market's crumbling. 8.5% loss in 2 weeks. That's significant. Okay, Howie's got something else on good high mileage cars. Behind the wheel of Volkswagen Lupo, you can get a 99 mile per gallon Volkswagen Lupo. In Italian, Lupo means a wolf, but for much of Europe it is also donates the smallest car in the Volkswagen liter, the Lupo 3 liter TDI. It is good if you get a picture of the TDI, but there's no pictures in screen. Please only send links with pictures. Thank you. Well, I don't think Republicans are making anything except improvements on their gun. You know, oh, I got 2, 3, 4 guns that really fixed up, ready to go. Guns are technology, though, but we need technology. Now we're here with some major players tonight in a iVlog show. We got on the right we got guest star 444, also known as Heavy Duty Guy. And in the middle we got the intellectual Mr. Sovereign, who's taking in our words and analyzing everything we're saying. Very quiet but very cerebral. And on the left we got Mr. Reactionary Puff Bass with his Halloween costume playing Jason the Psychotic Killer. So we got quite a staff of people here. Yeah, this is powerful stuff.
I'm fucked up. That guy's fucked up.
Yeah, I know. He is. Yeah.
Woo!
Woo! He's out of here. He can't handle it. It was too much for him. He hit the button. He had to get out. Too much exposure. All right. So let's move on to the next subject under the Friday umbrella here. Technically, Friday is our anti-brutality night. So we're kind of, I'm not even aware you asked a question. Davey, do you ever feel as if your trolls and stalkers are like a box of puppy or abandoned baby? Fate decided you to feel responsible for our welfare, so you care for us. I do believe I have a certain purpose, because there's a reason why you're attracted to me. Yeah, I don't mean, in a weird kind of kinky way. I mean just because you like to be in the show. This show is unique in so many ways I can't even tell you. I don't have any of the entrapments that newscasters have, where they have to stand there and go, "Well, what's up with the docket tonight, Jane?" "Well, it's a rainy and cloudy day today, but we're expecting sunshine." I'm not one of those people, so you don't have to worry about me being one of those people. The bomb suspect, we covered that story. Is covered with stickers. What do they mean?
Authorities believe that this is the man who's been sending pipe bombs to critics of President Trump. They arrested him in southern Florida. They also impounded his van, sending pipe bombs to critics of President Trump. They arrested him in southern Florida. They also impounded his van, which is full of decals. They depict a range of subjects. Most obvious are images in support of President Trump, depicting him as heroic. Also prominent are decals railing against notable liberals, former presidents, and the media. Several people featured on this image were among those who recently received explosive devices in the mail. Another frequent theme relates to Native Americans. That's even though one of the suspect's relatives told the Times the family has no Native American heritage. This specific collage matches one on a shirt he wore to a Trump rally in 2017. He's also holding signs railing against CNN, one of the recent pipe bomb targets. Several other images are displays of American patriotism, and some suggest that the suspect is either a veteran himself or a vocal supporter of veterans. This photograph from his van was taken at a Navajo Veterans Memorial in Arizona. It seems to have been taken from a local news site. In two other places, we see mock-ups of fictitious ISIS hunting permits. Other decals are tied to music, abortion rights, and youth soccer. The van was quickly covered after the suspect's arrest, and finally driven away.
Okay. Wonder why they covered it, You got to wonder why they covered it, So we have a lot of different views on that tonight in our show. Our late show will have people talking about their take on this whole thing. I don't know why they covered it. Was it defamatory? I mean, this is a story about orbs that was brought to us earlier. Hold that thought. I'm gonna get a better picture here. Yeah, there's a bigger picture here. I don't want to lose this. There's orbs in this picture. It's amazing. Now they contend that these orbs produce these fake jets, that they're somehow holographic images that are using fake jets to deliver these chemicals, that somehow they're delivering them and they want us to think that jets are dropping them. This is amazing stuff. Let's watch it. Oh, there it is, right there. You see it? That is amazing. Look at that. And the theory is the orb can put out these two fake jets, delivering the jets, and how they're creating the chemtrails. It's like they're carrying two balls of vapor. They make it look like a jet that they're flying. They're somehow able to maneuver these orbs in space. They must have gas in them. The flat earthers were designed to make the moon hoax issue go away. I believe that ISS is CGI, International Space Station, but I don't think you understand what's going on. The CIA created the flat Earth, revived the flat Earth theory, because they wanted to discredit the people that were questioning the moon landing. It's called Operation Shoot the Moon, and it's top secret. I can't even talk about it. You've been brain dead for watching your flat earth videos. You're sucked in. They're trying to test how well these chemicals are working on you by testing how many people hit on flat earth sites. The orbs are part of the chemtrail program. We don't know exactly how they maneuver them, but they are definitely out there. And they are definitely chemtrailing us. If the government is headed by lizards, we're farther gone than I thought. You know, your issue about urination bags and taxis has been addressed numerous times in our show. And I told you that we would be glad to offer Depends underwear as an added thing that the taxi drivers could carry with them in their car. But piss bags, I don't think that's appropriate. Wow, so we have orbs, folks. We've got orbs. We've got orbs. That was a pretty good shot of it right there. So the theory is these things are traveling through space, and they're distributing or they're manipulating two other things that are releasing these chemicals. Now, I was the one that posited the theory that SpaceX and the blasts off the coast of California was part of a plan to dump chemicals on the heads of the LA basin, of all the people there. Yeah, I have a theory that the SpaceX launch in LA, there's been a couple of them. I think it's just dispersal of clouds, of particulates, of massive particle burst, if you will. Because look at what we're watching here in the screen.
3, 2, 1.
Liftoff as American company SpaceX launch a Falcon 9 rocket from their base in California. The launch is intended to boost the company's satellites. The so-called Iridium Next network mean that users can make satellite phone calls from anywhere on Earth. It was the fourth batch in a 3 billion 81 satellite constellation, which is replacing Iridium's current fleet of mobile voice and data relay stations. The launch meant a dazzling nighttime display for residents in Southern California. In total, 10 satellites were carried into orbit by the Falcon 9. It's the final launch for 2017. SpaceX expect to finish replacing their satellites within the new year.
I personally don't think any satellites were launched. I don't think the Iridium project is anything other than a mass aerial spraying opportunity to hit the LA basin with as much of this heavy metal that they need to manipulate the atmosphere. Now, they've already created an artificial drought in California. They've also created an artificial glut of water in the Northern California area, which is actually pushing on the aquifers. I mean, Shasta could break. Same with Oroville. But LA is dry as a bone. So this manipulation of the atmosphere is part of what they're doing. You know, I'm hoping my voice is able to communicate all the thoughts that are being passed through this room, because I'm doing the best I can to keep up with the knowledge that is currently out there. You need to, this is what's going on. A young man here in his 20s punches holes in his mom's wall and drinks booze all day with your brother. Well, this is what you got to do. You got to make a commitment to not get into marijuana, not get into booze, but rather when you turn 18, get into marijuana in a recreational state. Yeah, because otherwise, you're 46, really? Well, you can probably move to Colorado. Would you like me to look for a little place for you in Colorado where you can feel free to smoke pot and you won't have to drink? Because drinking is an alcoholic nightmare. You're going to be an alcoholic. You don't want to look at a place in Colorado? There's going to be about of the 10,000 people that are coming on the caravan that George Soros and Donald Trump have paid for, so that they can make immigration part of their issue-based election. They're looking at 1,253 people are going to be named Jesus, based on the number of proportion of people named Jesus from Honduras. Yes, the Gregorian chant. Well, you're asking me for all the tough things. Thank goodness nobody asked me for Michelle Obama's dancing penis video. That's just so horrendous. Now, if we could only get the Pope to condemn Cardinal McCarrick for allegedly molesting 2 boys, we'd be on our way. Yes, it always makes me think of Monty Python too. And now for something completely different. The White House. Instant construction capabilities here in CGI land, where everything is modulated and controlled, so you won't do any bad things. You don't feel good? Well, you've been drinking. You've got to get away from alcohol. It's killing you. Alcohol is a mild form of poison. For real. Oh my gosh, we got a viewer in here from Lick Lick. You're here? Didn't Sarah kick you out one night because you were so messed up? One of our least appropriate co-hosters on iBlog, Lick Lick. Let's hear what you have to say, buddy. Nobody listening to the Bee Gees on a Friday night. Ooh, the nice mask. Cool. Well, if you are a regular drinker, in 2 weeks you will be an alcoholic. Just so you know. And you're probably saying, wow, Dave, I've been drinking for the past 6 years. I think I am. I don't drink, so I can't tell you that how to get out of the situation. But if you are drinking every day for 6 years, which I know a lot of you are, all I'm recommending that you do is convert to beer or wine. Don't mix the two. Either it's wine or it's beer. That's my recommendation. I know people that have been drinking for 45 years every day. One guy I know polishes a bottle of wine off every night. I had a drink at a restaurant. Sarah bought me a beer. I was out with a friend and I said I can have one 16-ounce beer. But I don't like to drink. It's not like I enjoy it, you know. I don't like the feeling it gives me because it does cause a lot of eruptions in your body. You're going to change your entire system if you drink. You can get constipated if you drink, you know. Yeah, you could get you can sit there, you know, on the toilet for 5 or 6 hours after a drinking binge. It constipates people. That'll make you second think whether you're going to drink all night long. Yeah. No, I've never had more than a few drinks at a time. There's been one incident where I actually had 10 shots of alcohol in 1980, at the turn of the century, turn of the decade. That was the only time I ever drank heavily. And I can tell you that's alcohol poisoning for a guy like me. I threw it all up right away. Okay, Chinese woman 39 injures 14 kids stabbing spree. Wow. You know the day that the Sandy Hook allegedly happened? On the other side of the planet, a man went crazy and attacked 24 kids in China with a knife. That's this very same day on the opposite side of the planet. It's for real. Now, a Chinese woman, 39, injures 14 kids in a kindergarten stabbing spree. Motive of the kindergarten attack is still unclear. The location is Chongqing. Videos taken by bystanders widely circulated on social media. Ah. That's horrible. That really does look like blood everywhere. The 39-year-old woman was detained by police for injuring 14 children in a knife attack. I would think she would be detained. It occurred at Yudong New Century Kindergarten in Chongqing, Danan District at around 9:30 a.m. while the children were doing morning exercises in the playground. While the child's victims were sent to hospital for emergency treatment, the case is currently under investigation. Motive of attacker is unclear. Mobile video footage shared by local broadcasters showed the suspect being dragged away by police as well as injured. There it is right there. Okay, let me get that on a bigger picture here. Wow, that's scary. Pandemonium in China. So you're waiting time. We're just spending time off until we decide whether the Democrats or Republicans will win. We're still deciding what's going to happen. November 6th, I will be doing a 12-hour broadcast, a half marathon, in which I'll pretend to be a very similar to, Jerry Lewis and his full-day marathon, except I won't be Jerry Lewis. I'll be somebody like him, but Jerry Lewis is unusual that way. He's one of a kind. Late Jerry Lewis. And I won't be using, I won't be using any blackface on the show. So there will be no blackface presented. No. Some of you may think I look like famous people in the show. There will be some cameo appearances from the Hale Bopp guy. We want to make sure he gets representation on the fateful election day. So it's very simple. Everyone could easily go to Hale Bopp and become another person. I know I did. Marshall Applewhite. Sorry. And just kidding. Yeah, we'll do a tribute to Jerry Lewis. I'll try to do all of his faces. I'm going to try to duplicate all these faces in the show, just as a tribute. 12-hour election day special coming up at the 2 to 2 show. I've advised David numerous times to use a chef knife, but he still uses a meat cleaver. No, that's a French curl knife. It's not a meat cleaver. That's a French curl knife. It's a Rogers and Hammerstein. One of the finest French curl knives in the world. How dare you call it a meat cleaver? Ha ha ha. Cameo appearances from famous actors throughout history. I just don't believe it's going to work. We have to find another way. So, I'll be integrating a Digital Dave into this program. You're going to be seeing the first real backdoor appearance to the Digital Dave existence. Many people have questioned whether I'm human or not. And I think we'll be putting that theory to rest when Digital Dave makes his grand announcement and appearance on that fateful day of Halloween. But on the 6th of November, we are going to be running a 12-hour show. Okay, anything else on the Trump diversion list? Let's go to the news, because I haven't really been tracking all the different things Trump said today. Yeah, it's like anything he can come up with to divert our attention from how corrupt he is. Let's take a look. Right. GM breaks the Trump administration and calls for a nationwide electric car sales program. That's a good step in the right direction. A wild 24 hours on Wall Street. Here's what you should know. Heavy selling marks an end to the wild week for stocks. You're smoking your legal Canadian weed? Excellent. Excellent, dude. Excellent, dude. Jeff Bezos had a major drop in his stock volume today. Heavy selling marks an end to a wild week. The bull market is under siege as extreme turbulence grips Wall Street.
5 years from now, Amazon is possibly the first $2 trillion market cap company, and they're a much bigger part of the consumer's life than they even are today. So we're starting to see them shift from purely a products-based company to a services company, and part of the reason you see that is because they have...
I'm not doing an Amazon commercial right now. Let's look at the bull market at a 296-point drop, 1.2% on Friday. The NASDAQ tumbled 2.1%. Showing revenue growth from Amazon and Alphabet unnerved investors about richly valued tech stocks. Amazon plunged 8%, its worst day in 4 years. The Dow was down as much as 539 points, but rallied to be 296 down. It's another dreadful week on Wall Street, especially in the tech world. So a lot of these tech stocks are way overpriced. You know, simple common sense tells you, well, how do they make their money? Twitter stocks are down, but they were buoyant because they're showing revenue. But how do they really make their money? Are any of you paying for Twitter? How do I feel about Sinead O'Connor? I'm not paying for Twitter, no. We talked about Sinead O'Connor earlier. It was a sad testimony of she's converted to Islam because she has nowhere else to turn. You know, she's been kicked from motel to motel, and now she's going from mosque to mosque. And she no longer sings like she used to. Now she has this weird chant she does. Here she's doing it with her newfound lover. Her newfound Muslim lover. And I believe she may very well be turning into a pigeon.
Alhamdulillah.
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 Yeah, that's a humdinger, let alone a humdillah. Wow. Good luck with that, Sinead. Any other Trump immersions going on here tonight? Let's see. Trump is trying to frame the whole bombing thing about him. He's a victim now of being, you know, part of the people that this guy supported. I don't know. Maybe she'll hang out with Islam. Now, Cat Stevens and Sinead O'Connor team up for a tribute to Donnie and Marie Osmond, to Allah. That'd be kind of funny, wouldn't it? Cat Stevens. He's going to be making some appearances. Cat Stevens is he's coming back, you know. Oh yeah, he's entering the country and he's going to be doing some concerts. So Cat Stevens and Sinead O'Connor sing the songs of Donnie and Marie Osmond. Wouldn't that be great? Lick Lick, you just look like you're having a good time all the time. I mean, how can you not want to broadcast? He just took off. All right. U.S. sends aid to Pacific Islands devastated by the huge typhoon. That's good. Okay, and the Turkish president to Saudis on Jamal Khashoggi. Jamal, you have to show us his body. Well, if a guy's not dead, you can't show his body. Oh my gosh, he's back with a new routine. He put a wig on, and then now he's doing his foot thing. Do you have like 6 toes or something? Man, he's in a retro land I don't think anyone could get to. Good news for some of you folks who are looking for solving your migraine headaches and your depression. Yeah, there's a psilocybin has been authorized. Certain remote use of psilocybin is being authorized as in the testing phase. Yes, I don't have that article in front of me, but it'd be great if I had it. Kind of depression just... Yes, here we go. Well, let's be clear. Some of you suffer from severe headaches and depression. I don't have any people coming by. I live in a locked facility, well away from any potential dangers. Yes, my compound is completely protected from Halloweeners or trick-or-treaters, so they're not able to come to my compound. No. We are strict limitations now on access. There's nothing about a headless columnist at the WAPO. Most are brainless, yeah. Christians get depressed? When I was Christian, I was always depressed. Anita. Wow, it's that guilt trip, Anita. That'll do it. Well, the guy who's playing Jason, that's his Halloween mask, S193. He's not trying to make you nervous. He's just pretending to be a Halloween guy. It's his shtick for tonight. No, you're not in a ghost costume. I have bells and whistles all around my compound. If you were around me, I would know. I have motion detectors everywhere. I can spot somebody 1,000 feet away with all kinds of capabilities, thermoscan capability. I can see anybody even at night. No, you haven't. They're running on a backup generator with redundant backup systems recording everything, including your license plate. Okay, Compass Pathways receives FDA breakthrough therapy designated for psilocybin therapy for treatment-resistant depression. Lick Lick, there's hope for you, man. I gotta ask you, Lick Lick, how the hell do you get hair to grow like that, man? You got a hell of a head of hair. Look at that. This guy's got hair coming out the yin-yang. He's got, yeah. I don't mean to, ignore all you other chatters who are very important to us. But man, you grow hair, man. Wait a second. I can't play that more than 8 seconds. They'll monetize me. Puff Pass is showing his weed collection. Wow, this is pretty cool. We're getting an inside view of all these people who are violating their own freedoms of privacy. I attract all the autists, really? So, Puff Pass, you got a big jar of weed there, man. Is that safe? Is it safe? And Sovereign's waiting for our conversation. Yeah, there's a bud for you. This bud's for you, man. That looks like some really gnarly Colombian. Yeah, it's got some nice crystals on it. Red hair, I'll bet. Oh, and you got bud too, Lick Lick. Look at that. Everybody's got bud. This is the legalized marijuana channel here now. Except, of course, one guy's sporting a beer, and that's Sovereign. He's probably smoking a little pot too. He just doesn't want to talk about it. All right. He's halfway through his quart. He's just catching a buzz. Unless this is your second quart. If you're on a quart number 2, you're definitely catching a buzz. All right, well, I'm not here to endorse drugs or alcohol, but hey, people got to enjoy themselves, and I'm not here to tell you not to do that. Of course, you should be in recreational state to do that. Yeah, you're getting everyone jealous about your marijuana selection there. Okay, so good news, folks, for all those of you who have serious depression. Apparently there's something in magic mushrooms that make you less depressed. Good to know, huh? I know, the world's coming around. You just have to wait long enough. My grandfather said time heals all. He was right. You just have to wait long enough to get legalized marijuana. Which will definitely be something I will do in 2020. Okay, here's this a terrible, horrific accident or knifing in China. Let's go back to that. 14 children injured by a knife attack. Luckily, no one died. Okay, South China Morning Post had that story. Yeah, that's pretty serious. A crazed person went into a kindergarten and knifed 14 kids in China. The kids are traumatized. It's just horrible. Yeah, just absolutely horrible. So, did you have the complete meal?
I did. I ate all of those.
Good. I'm glad. I made it for you, so you'd have a good meal.
Thank you.
So, NBC, Megyn Kelly is seeking a $50 million settlement for NBC canceling her show. Well, Megyn, if you hadn't apologized for doing that, saying that about costumes, it probably would be more likely you'd win that case. She kind of undermined her case when she apologized. Because it's free speech what she said.
Did you want me to give you another break?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, you're going to have to be nice, Lick. Remember last time Sarah kicked you out of the show. But no, you don't have to go on screen with any of these guys here. Okay, Sarah's in her outfit for robotic programming, so... No, it's okay. It looks kind of, you know, for some people they like the doctor thing, you know. Well, it is free speech. She protected free speech, except she said she was sorry. And I don't know why she apologized. It's not good to apologize for something that she's now trying to sue NBC over $50 million. She has to convince them that she did the right thing initially. But they'll say, well, look at this evidence of you apologizing, saying you did the wrong thing. Now you're saying you don't want to be fired? A good attorney is going to pick that apart. I agree. Why should a child not be allowed to wear a costume of any kind? I totally agreed with her first point. I thought Megyn Kelly was really doing a good thing, but now I'm beginning to think she's working against it. Hopefully if she sues, then she will make it her issue. Free speech is the issue, Megyn. Stand by something you believe in. Not something that is... There's no Bill of Rights defending political correctness. You can still be politically correct, but there's no Bill of Rights defending it. Free speech is for redressing government, not in the private sector. Okay. Do whatever you want. David, employers enjoy firing only. Maybe they should be forced to pay for more employment. I don't know. They pay a lot for unemployment already. Zombie Muhammad. Ooh. I don't know what that would look like.
Okay.
Okay, Sarah's going to be in charge of this. And Jason took his face mask off to show he's a real person. Thank you very much, man. All right. Thank you. You want me to put that on the chair?
Yeah.
Or anything else?
It's fine.
Okay.
Oh, David removed some mask. Yeah. Yeah, it'll take a little bit, but I probably will kick him shortly. No, you made fun of me, so I don't like people that make fun of me. Sometimes I do have smelly feet, yes. Is there free speech at work? HRexaminer.com? Probably the answer is no. The Constitution's right to free speech only applies when the government is trying to restrict it. Even then, it's not absolute. There's no free speech in your house. There's no legal right to free speech or expression at work. Unless you work for the government, there's a special set of rules that apply. Wow. Hello, Scissor Fight. Thanks. Hi, how are you, Scissor Fight? Laws and contracts can control when and what gets said. Some restrictions on speech are required by other laws. Laws prohibiting discrimination and sexual harassment. Laws protecting confidential medical and financial information prohibit employees from saying all sorts of things at work. Insider trading and trade secret laws prohibit employees from giving out certain information about company finances and transactions during certain times. Whistleblowing is protected speech. It has to be based on the employer's violation of a statute. not just doing something mean or unfair. Depending on the work, there may also be security clearance issues, contractual non-disclosure, and other policies that require silence. We'll see, Hyman, if that happens. Employees protected speech under the National Labor Relations Act is actually an exception to an employer's broad rights to restrict both speech and expression at work. Section 7 of the National Labor Relations Act gives employees a right to discuss wages, hours, and working conditions and organizing a union. Calling a boss or employee another employee names isn't protected. But employers generally can't control what employees say away from work. The best way to encourage employees to say great things about you is to be a great employer with a great service or product. I would agree with that. Okay. I don't know who gave me that link, but that was pretty interesting. Sarah, employers really are at the mercy of their employees are really at the mercy of their employers. You said employers are really at their mercy of their employers, but okay, I think you meant employees are at the mercy of their employers. To a certain extent they are. Well, specifically if they want to be employed. The question is, do you want to be employed? You had fun getting fired from jobs? Some people do, I guess. Some people, I mean, everyone has, I suppose there's freedom of speech, but some people say things that are like, why would you say that? And there might be a nicer way to say something. Hi, Busy. Hello, Aaron's. And I guess, you know, my mom taught me, if you don't have something nice to say, just don't say anything at all. Yeah, some people prefer being unemployed. Not me, but some people do. Wow. A man walking to buy the Mega Millions ticket breaks his hip and then wins the hospital lottery pool. Wow, that's interesting, Guy Smiley.
So what do you think of that house doctor, that American in England? She's always overly excited about everything, you know?
Yeah, I don't really like her. I turned it on, but then I was looking on my phone and I was doing stuff on the phone, which I did that like more, so
yeah,
it was just really to keep something going.
She.
Yeah, we can do some trivia tonight, Real All Ranger.
Okay.
I'm glad you like the shirt.
Yeah, I'll let you do your trivia.
Yeah, I don't really like her.
Yeah, I'm watching the show just because it's something to watch.
Yeah, that's what I kind of figured. It's kind of noise in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people feel that way, Howie, that people should only do the work they get paid for. Some people work more than that. If you love what you do, then working doesn't feel like work. What is, okay, we're working on medicine and health for you, Real All Ranger. Medicine and health, starting with the letter A. What is an infectious disease transmitted by a bacterium in animals, which can also be transmitted to humans? It's often fatal if the bacterium enters the lungs. It's usually treated by antibiotics. It's a potential weapon in germ warfare and bioterrorism. Correct, Hyman? After the September 11th attacks in 2001, in the United States, these types of spores sent through the mail caused several fatalities. If spores are prepared in a sophisticated way, they can stay in the air and be breathed in by human beings. When it's produced in this way, it's referred to as weaponized. It is anthrax. Anthrax. Good job, Bengalitis. All right, next new clue. What is a substance that destroys or inhibits the growth of microorganisms and is therefore used to treat some infections? One of the most familiar of these is penicillin. Correct, 409. And Munster. Correct, Bengalitis. Antibiotics. You got it again, yeah. Antibiotics. Microorganisms that are initially treated with antibiotics may evolve resistance as the more susceptible members of the population are killed off. The insensitivity of a particular antibiotic developed by the bacteria against the antibiotics has been used repeatedly or over a long time. Like when it's resistance to antibiotics happens when people use the antibiotic over a long time where they don't use it all the way and kill all of the bacteria. The process works by the ordinary rules of natural selection. That segment of the bacteria population that has a natural ability to counter the drug's effect will survive, so that their genes eventually are shared by the entire population, and then they develop the resistance to antibiotics. Thanks, Bengalitis. What does ESA stand for? All right, here's a new clue. What are proteins in the blood that are produced by the body in response to specific antigens like bacteria? Correct, 409. It is antibodies. Good job, Hydroglow. What are substances that slow down or prevent blood clotting? Correct, 409 and 332. And Hydroglow. They're anticoagulants. Anticoagulants. What are drugs that prevent or relieve the symptoms of depression? Various psychological disorders are treated with these. Although there are many types of these drugs now in use, the best one known one is Prozac. Correct, 332 and 409. Bigolitis, yes. Antidepressants. Okay, I guess Hydroglow got that too, but I didn't see it with the U. What are substances that are foreign to the body and cause the production of antibodies? Toxins, invading bacteria and viruses, and the cells of transplanted organs can all function as these. They're antigens. Antigens. What are drugs that counteract the effects of a substance in the body called histamine? The body releases histamine, which causes many of the symptoms associated with allergies: sneezing, watery eyes, runny nose, in response to external agents like pollen or dander or things like that. Bingolitis, yes. Hydroglow, yes. 409, yes. Is antihistamines. I love that little thing, Bingolitis. I got it. What? It's like that emoticon is so hilarious. It's perfect for that. Enough ants? Well, I only have one more. What are substances that prevent or inhibit the growth of disease-causing microorganisms? You want to make sure you wash your hands with this type of soap sometimes. It's called antiseptic. Correct, Roboscules. Good. All right, no more ants, by the way. What is the opening through which feces pass out of the body? We are doing medicine and health, by the way. Close, Roboscules. Okay, 409, I'll accept that. Correct, Hydroglow. You got it actually correct. It is the anus. What is the main blood vessel of the body that carries blood from the left side of the heart or to other arteries throughout the body? Good job, 409. Thanks, Real All Ranger. Yes, indeed. 3327 got it. Correct, hydroglow. It is the aorta. It is part of the cardio system. What is the surgical removal of the appendix called? Appendicitis is the 881 is the inflammation of the appendix. Correct, roboscules and busy and hydroglow and mad professor. Appendectomy. Yes, we are on A. The A's Real All Ranger. All right. What is a small sac-like organ located at the upper end of the large intestine? It has no known function in present-day humans, but it may have played a role in the digestive system in humans of earlier times. It's also called the vermiform appendix. Vermiform, well, it has a worm-like, it looks a little worm-like. Correct, it is the appendix. Good job. Appendix. Just the appendix. It's called the vermiform appendix because of its worm-like vermiform shape. I like that song, 409. With the birds in the I share this lonely view. Something like that. I don't know. I got those two songs stuck in my head if they're two different ones. I think that's the same song. Anyway. Moving on. What are blood vessels that carry blood away from the heart and to the body tissues? Sorry, 881. Good job, 881. No, you're wrong, 881. They're not the veins. We're on the letter A. Hello. Just good. Good job, 193409. We're on the letter A, people. Hydroglow and pancolitis. A, not a caterpillar or a capillary either. No, not scar tissue. Okay, chicken, I'll say that works. Arteries, yes, arteries. What is a disease commonly called hardening of the arteries? It's when the walls of the arteries thicken and harden. The loss of flexibility results in a lessening of the flow of blood to the various organs of the body. Close enough. Good job, 155. Yes, Hydroglow got it correct. I think you're right. Taken close enough. Arteriosclerosis. All right, what is the inflammation of tissues in the joints? Such as osteo, sometimes it's osteo and or rheumatoid is before the word. It's usually resulting in pain and stiffness. Correct, Bengalitis. Good job. And 409, yes. And 881 got it too. Good job. Arthritis is correct. What is a surgical instrument that uses fiber optics to allow physicians to see and perform surgery inside joints? The surgery involves only the insertion of a small tube into the joint. It allows rapid recovery, and one often sees it mentioned with regard to injuries of athletes. It is a type of scope. It's an arthroscope. Arthroscope. Arthritis is the inflammation of the joints. Arthroscope, you can see inside the joints. Goes with the idea of arthritis. Okay. What is a form of vitamin C that starts with the letter A? Close. 193. It's ascorbic acid. ASCORBIC. Ascorbic acid. Good job, 332. Got it. Nice. Inflammation of Bengal. Bengalitis. Oh, that's so funny. Not in my book, though. Sorry, Bengalitis. Guest star 444. I like your name. All right. What is a chronic disease of the respiratory system characterized by sudden recurring attacks of difficulty breathing, wheezing, and coughing? During an attack, the bronchial tubes go into spasms, becoming narrower and less able to move air into the lungs. Various substances to which the sufferer has an allergy, such as animal hair, dust, pollen, or certain foods, can trigger an attack. Correct, Ticken. Correct, 193. It is, yes, an 881, yes. Fireball whiskeys, no. Oh, thanks. It is asthma. Doing shots. Wow, guest star. Okay. What is a condition in which the curvature of the cornea of the eye is uneven, causing a blurring of vision? It's normally corrected by glasses. Yes, I am, 664. Correct, 193. You're right. Correct, 869. It is. You've got it very, very close. Astigmatism is correct. Astigmatism. Oh, you guys that did arteriosclerosis earlier were wrong. So arteriosclerosis is the hardening of the arteries. Arteriosclerosis, is a form of arteriosclerosis in which the arteries become clogged by the buildup of fatty substances, which eventually reduces the flow of blood to the tissues. These fatty substances called plaque are made up largely of cholesterol. So anyway, never mind. They're very similar. Arterio is like the hardening of the arteries, and arthero is like buildup of fat. It's not really wrong. They're similar. They're very similar. they're both with the blood vessels, and both cause probably the same things.
All right.
I would think that you could use stents with arterio, but I don't know if you can use stents with arthro.
Arteriosclerosis, or
well, you just found out that arteriosclerosis and atherosclerosis is it becomes harder for the blood to pump through the arteries, but arteriosclerosis is because of the hardening of the arteries.
Right.
Like the walls of the arteries become thick and harden, whereas atherosclerosis is because there's a buildup of fatty substances, there's a buildup of plaque.
Okay.
And I was just saying, I wonder if you could use stents with arteriosclerosis, and maybe you can't with atherosclerosis.
Yeah, atherosclerosis, I'm not a cardiologist, so I don't know, but I would think that the hardening of the arteries would make it more likely to burst with a stent. Stents are coils of metal that go into the bloodstream and then are opened up so that they become like a spring, and they push the arteries out. They balloon the arteries, yes. Yeah, the angioplasty does the ballooning, and then they do the implant of the stent. I think it's pretty sad that that we don't have nanotechnology that can clean our arteries, you know?
Yeah, well, that's coming.
I hope so. Thank you. And Sarah, by the way, there's some Brussels sprouts in there if you want to get in on them. They're hot. But nanoparticles could easily go through our bloodstream and clean our bloodstream for us. If they're that advanced, why aren't they developing, a nanoparticle that would... I'd be more inclined to take an injection of nanoparticles if it meant, yeah, you'll be feeling great, Dave. I understand they have piranha down in South America that will clean all the scales off your feet, all your calluses. Yeah, you just dip your feet in the piranha and they clean it right off. I'm serious. I wish I wasn't. I know, and if they did create in nanotech like that, they wouldn't be able to charge so much for the procedures of laparoscopic surgery and whatnot. Good point. Yeah, I mean, just a trip to the cardiologist with a serious situation like that is going to cost you a minimum of $65,000. Just to go in for an angioplasty and maybe have a stent or some some work done. Minimum of $65,000. I talked to a guy who spent one day in a hospital at ER. They checked him in, and it cost him $15,000 for diagnosis, and they still didn't know what was wrong with him. Can you imagine? $15,000, they still didn't know what was going on in his body. I don't need to release my medical records, no, because I don't have any. Yes, I'm kind of like a Christian Scientist that way, in that I don't believe the doctors are doing their job, and that perhaps greater powers may heal. Why is astigmatism in eyes the same name as stigma, which is used to describe Jesus' crucifixion? I don't know. Maybe you need to go into linguistics and study language, Anita. I know. Well, I'm trying to breathe a little optimism into a dark world that we're living in right now. A lot of us are thinking, gosh, it just gets worse and worse. We saw the plastic waste that was dumping on the shores, and California is still kind of a polluted area because of the radiation from Fukushima. And then we got all this negative stuff going on. We've got to start looking at this in a positive way. If we do build this party, we should be able to solve these problems. Stands to reason, doesn't it? I mean, why else would we even be entering the realm of third party if we weren't going to fix the environment, take on the tough issues of corruption, solve some of the distribution problems which seem to be bogged down with money in the hands of corrupt people, get people a basic income of $400 minimum per month, and if somebody does run, I want to get it up to as much as the other guy's offering and add $5. So I will bid everybody up. Whoever socially, anyone who wants to create another basic income plan is welcome to do it. If Michelle runs and she wants to offer a basic income of $1,000 a month, like Oprah, I'll up it to $1,500. And she could even bring her surrogate parents, the ones that gave birth to Sasha and Malia. And if Michelle really does want to run, it would be kind of weird if she ran as a woman, because she's no man. She's no woman. She's a man. Ladies and gentlemen, Michelle Obama. A woman who somehow has an appendage dangling from between her legs. Yeah. I had to do it. I had to sneak it in. Sorry. Some of you are suffering from the lack of Michelle Obama penis video. I wanted to bring that to the center of our Friday show. I have to. Yeah. Now, many of you Democrats are suffering from shell shock, or shall I say testicle shock. So you really don't understand why your First Lady would have a testicle and penis. But let's face it, folks, if she runs as a woman, she'll be doing a disservice to your mom and all the women out there who really do know how to dance without showing their dangling penis. You know? I mean, there are women out there who definitely could, there's nothing dangling there. You're suffering from Michelle shock. That's right. Good point. Now, I want everything to be lovey-dovey, and I want the world to be a special place, and I think lesbian, gay, bi, transgender people need to be kind of accepted into the world. But at the same time, I don't think they need to have a special category. And I certainly don't think we should add P to the list, LGBTQP, as in pedophile. So let's face it, folks, we're dealing with some pretty messed up people the Democrats have created. It's almost as if we are, we've lost our way. We need a reset. It's kind of like, yeah, we need a global reset. That's right. God, are you pressing the button on us? Is God behind the chemtrails? That's what I want to know. I don't know. It's just very interesting. God brought us chemtrails. And through the chemtrails, he decided to cull the population and eliminate all of you bottom dwellers who live in your own little pile of masturbatory delight. Yes, guilty for being homophobes. We know all about you people. If you show the Michelle Obama video ever again and my black brother bouncer's gonna stomp your cracker ass. Man, I can't believe you feel that way, man. I want you to feel me, man. Except I'm not into your gay stuff. Get out of here. Yeah, we got a lot of gay guys over at iVlog. It seems to be, other than Sovereign, who clearly seems like you're not gay, but it doesn't matter if you are. It's okay. But, we're constantly plagued by these homosexuals. No, that was it. Sovereign's out of here. Well, that was it for him. I don't know what to say. I mean, you're looking at the world around us just kind of coming to a kind of a cataclysmic finality here with Donald Trump making absolute decisions. And I don't think it's just me thinking that. I think the clock is ticking. We are slowly seeing the global reset occur. You're traveling through both time and space of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Michelle Obama deception zone. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, if this woman runs for office, I think that's it. Transgenders for the win. Oh my gosh, it's past the end of the show. You only have about, less than -3 minutes to go. We'll have to subtract the last 3 minutes from your viewership. So we will now rewind. No, but the real issue is, are we going to solve the problems in the world? And if we're not, we need to fix this. So I think that's why we're coming to the meeting place every night and talking about this. It's important to at least start fixing the problems. You know, I don't do the Protocols of the Elders PDF, but I've read the Cliff Notes. But thank you. Good to know it exists. Okay, good. Here's a midterm election preview from somebody. Let's see what this is.
Factors that our model might be missing a little bit. But I think I guess the model and what we'll call conventional wisdom seems to be sort of aligning, which is that the Democrats are probably going to take the House and the Republicans are likely going to hold on to the Senate. And in some ways, you can think about it with, you can go back to 2016 and look at the split in the popular vote in the Electoral College. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by 3 million. The Democrats are winning the House of Representatives, whereas the Senate, which on this map there were 10 Democrats who were up for re-election in states that Trump won. Now that there have been some surprises, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. The Democrats are doing much better. But it's a real struggle for the Democrats on this map. And I think in some ways that reflects the advantage that Republicans now have in 2018 in the Electoral College, where rural populations, they do better. And those states are on the Senate map this year.
Okay, yeah, that's why politics is so boring for so many people. These roundtable discussions really are kind of like, you know, the end of the road for fun stuff. Avenatti fires back at the Senate Republicans over potential criminal probe. Now, he's made some statements about the women that were involved with Brett Kavanaugh, and he represented one of them that could very well come back to bite him, because his representation of Julie Svetnik, a government contractor, alleged that Kavanaugh and his friends spiked drinks at high school parties so they could gang rape girls. Some of the senators are really angry that Avenatti brought that up. It's not enough that Brett Kavanaugh won. They want to go after, more. They want to get him. They're calling him a porn lawyer. Yeah. Let's hear he is fighting back. CBS News. Julie Svetnik is the third woman to come forward with allegations against Supreme Court nominee Brett Kavanaugh. Yeah. He angered some Democrats with his latest comments to Time magazine. He said the party's nominee in 2020 better be a white male like him, because when you have a white male making the arguments, they carry more weight. He said, should they carry more weight? Absolutely not, but do they? Yes. So he's pushing himself as a white male. Are we sure he's a white male, or do you think he's a tranny too? I don't know. I just think
Brett Kavanaugh's accusers and her lawyer Michael Avenatti could soon be the targets of a criminal investigation. The Republican chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Chuck Grassley, called for one today. Nancy Cordes has this story.
Senator Grassley just stepped in it, to be clear.
In New York this evening, a defiant Michael Avenatti hit back at Senate Republicans.
We want a full and complete investigation into each of my client's allegations.
Avenatti's client, Julie Svetnik, is one of 3 women who came forward with allegations against Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. Svetnik said Kavanaugh and his friends spiked drinks at high school parties so they could gang rape girls. But her explosive story had some inconsistencies, and Kavanaugh vigorously denied it.
The Svetnik thing is a joke. That is a farce.
In a letter to the Department of Justice today, the Republican chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Iowa's Chuck Grassley, asked that the FBI investigate whether Mr. Avenatti criminally conspired with Ms. Svetnik to make materially false statements to the committee. Avenatti, who also represents porn star Stormy Daniels in her case against the president, is a particularly tempting target for Senate Republicans because he has been open about his interest in running for president.
Yeah, therein lies the problem. He's trying to run for president when, in fact, he can't do that and accept $470,000 in crowdfunded money to pay for Stormy Daniels. And we don't know who pays the crowd fund. You know, it could be Hillary Clinton making donations every day. Oh, Michael, go get him. Go get him. I love you. I'm going to give you a few more 100,000 on your crowdfunding. Oh, yeah. I think he is BS. And he's part of the establishment. I don't like him. So as far as I'm concerned, he's fired. In fact, what he is this is all he is. And if that's what he's going to call himself, that's no big deal. So Michael Avenatti can take his white stuff and you know where you can stick it. You know, I really think we need more people like me. Half white and half whatever, you know? Well, I am kind of white, all white, I guess. Well, I've got a little bit of Native American in me, Algonquin Indian. It's true. And my Native American ancestry does protect that. You know, that's serious. It's traditional in the Algonquin tribe to dress to the rite of passage, to dress in blackface. I learned this in 5th grade. You probably did too, but you forgot it because you don't have a photographic memory. Or a phonographic memory. I have a phonographic memory.
Got him.
Got him. You got another video for me? Okay. But my Native American history is, here's an Algonquin Indian in blackface. Or red face. Or whatever face. And I had every right to do blackface, and they vilified me, denying me my Native American heritage. And making it seem like it's racist to simply do something that is traditional. Not that I'm Native American in that way, because I'm only dabbling in Native American. Kind of like, you know, spritzing my feet in Native American. But I would love to go wholehearted and, you know, do a sweat lodge, but I can't imagine it would be too difficult. I might, you know, have an asthma experience. Not that I have asthma. When you become president in 2020 or 2024, will you please go after Hillary? Yes. Thank you. Activated chatter. Trump said he would, and he isn't. Activated chatter, you're onto something there. That's like the tip of the iceberg of all the BS. Donald Trump is deep state. He caved into them. And I don't want to ever cave into money like he has. They control him. If he doesn't do what they say, Donald Trump, he's got big people with markers out, lots of money and lots of debt. And that's a bad thing. No president should have the kind of debt that he has. But you can see how great these you know, headdresses were. What an amazing picture. I mean, that is a beautiful headdress. Can you imagine how proud that Indian was, that Native American was? He's an Algonquin Indian, just like my tribal history. Yeah, I mean, I have a relative who was an Algonquin Indian. There's similar facial features. Yeah, you can definitely see. I'm back, and you're screwed. Yeah, Kemosabe. You've been messing with the tribal law too much. Not giving enough of the tribe money from the casinos. I'm going to introduce a National Gaming Commission, give everybody money. Yeah. Yeah, I want to get everybody money who's in the tribal councils in every single area of the country. A little bit of something, you know. Everybody should get a little piece of the pie of Native American casino money, in my opinion. I don't mean American citizens, I mean of the Native American people. I think that there's got to be some shared profit making there. People are just not getting enough in areas like South Dakota, Mississippi. There's areas that aren't getting anything. Maine, the Indians there are not getting hardly anything. They don't even have a casino, which is kind of bizarre. And Maine politics, is, in other places have been keeping Native Americans from having casinos. We have a tribe in our area that despises the tribe that's next to them. I'm not going to name names, but they hate each other. And one of the tribes is a casino tribe, and the other is a non-casino tribe. And it's unfortunate the non-casino tribe can't get the zoning and the permits for a casino. So it's like they're missing out on a lot of that profit. Yeah, I used to think that casinos should put limits on things. That's why I want a national gaming commission where we can guarantee that these machines are not rigged. Because I know a lot of you guys play in the slots, and you don't really know if they're rigged or not. It'd be kind of nice if we knew that. All right. Are you cold? No. I don't need a plague blanket, thank you. White man bring smallpox to Native Americans. Killed millions of people. And this has never ever been addressed. True. Yeah, I don't speak for the Native Americans because, as you can tell, I'm not really Native American. Otherwise, I would have got affirmative action money like Elizabeth Warren, who committed fraud, obviously. I think I'm more like Abe Lincoln in that way. They say Abe Lincoln was a... Well, I don't... No, I'm not like Abe Lincoln. I don't want to be like Abe Lincoln.
He had a very high voice. Well, people didn't realize, but his voice was up in this range right here. Hey, everybody. 407 years ago, our forefathers came to this country.
Hang on. I don't think that story about Abe and his love affair for his body man, I've got more proof that Barack Obama was in love with Reggie Love than I do Lincoln had love for his body man. I saw the letter, I read it. It was more of an endearing love for a friend. It wasn't like, yeah, I want to do you or anything like that. Yes, he was 6'4", as I am 6'4". And I have a log cabin too, just like Abe's. No, I've never had a gay experience, nor do I want one. I think it's your choice in life to make decisions like that. I made my choice when I was attracted to women. And as you know, I do have kind of a fixation in the show where I play some dancing ladies in the show. I will admit that the ladies are a little risque, you know. But I know you're laughing, but truly, we've got a Sloopy coming up in a few minutes to kind of kick the night off. And I think Friday should be dedicated to the ladies. You know, because they bring such wonderfulness to life in general. You know, without women... Well, you MGTOW guys know what it's like to not have a woman. Well, you know, I'm glad you came in here because I needed to ban you anyway. Thank you. You know, I've never been approached by a black person once who said they were offended. Yeah. Wow, I polished that beer off. Are you on to the next one? Okay. We've got Sovereigns. You've been sticking it out a long time. Of all our mute visitors tonight, you've been doing great. You've actually outlasted everybody. Yeah. See, that's what commitment is. Look at that commitment to our cause. Hanging out in our room. You deserve some FaceTime, man. Lickley couldn't handle it. He's off the dot. You know, a lot of people can't stick it out the camera on forever, you know. I've been on camera so long, I've got over 30,000 hours of camera time, that my face will be etched on the face of perhaps one of the mountains. Maybe Mount Rushmore may need a makeover someday. Yeah, I'm anticipating my face will be airbrushed over one of the other presidents. You think? My face is burned into a lot of screens, I'm sure. People go to bed listening to my voice. It's a soft voice. It's a kind voice. It's a pleasing voice. And I have such a sweet demeanor, you know? Everything about me is it's like, Dave, you're so calming and wonderful, and we love you, Dave, oh yes we do. We love you, Dave, oh yes we do. We love you, Dave. Oh, sorry. Anyway, we had a lot of fun tonight, I think, overall. I mean, in a big picture way. I really do believe it was a good show. But in reality, I think a lot of us are kind of burned out. I know I am. The whole election, the fact that Mueller hasn't pursued impeachment against Trump, one false flag after another, it's just like, come on, man. I mean, how stupid do they think we are? They think we're livestock. We're cows. And it gets very disturbing to think that that's what they think. Puff Pass passed out. Okay? Thank you. And to think that those cows hate those cowbell sounds. They have to put up with that crap. You can only imagine what they're saying inside their head. These humans are such assholes. They're kicking me with a cowbell all the time. I hate it. Totally. I will totally end with what's going on tonight. And then can't stop after that. Well, I just thought a little extra show was good because we've got so many big things planned for our upcoming Halloween special, you know. I don't know if I'll be doing all kinds of... Well, frankly, the Android Dave may just take on multiple dress outfits, you know. You never know. I'm doing Android Dave, which opens up anything. Dave the Android. Coming up on Halloween, it'll be Dave. Right. It's an acronym, which stands for Digital Audio Video Entity. Dave. I am Dave. Digital Audio Video Entity. Deet, deet. That's what I'll be doing for the holiday. It'll be kind of fun. All right, I've got a pretty cool mask that Scissor Fight made me too. I'm looking forward to wearing that. Okay, I think we're done with the news aspect of the show. Let me go through the lineup so I don't miss any top news items, because I like to wrap things up here. So Avenatti may face some criminal prosecution over what I think was probably just one of the many women who were speaking out, needing representation. And that's done. The New York Times, China, Russia listening to Trump's cell phone calls really is kind of a huge story this past week. Trump became obvious. I've been saying it for 8 months, but Trump is using his cell phone without the NSA's oversight. Extreme national security risk, and again, could also mean that Trump is complicit in colluding with the Russians all the time. Doing a little overtime, yeah.
Stupid question. President Trump's freewheeling style of communicating, presenting serious security challenges tonight. Multiple sources inside and outside the White House tell CNN the president has recently been using his personal cell phone more and more often to contact outside advisors. One senior White House official says Trump is, quote, talking to all sorts of people on it.
They're just totally vulnerable. The president should not be using these.
Tonight, former intelligence operatives and other security experts tell CNN the president's use of his personal cell phone carries enormous security risks. Spies are everywhere, they say, in Washington and wherever the president travels, and they know how to tap that phone.
I can put malware in your phone. I can then bleed out your conversations. I can bleed out your email. I can bleed out your texts. I can turn on room harmonics to listening to conversations around with you. Look, the entire drone program run by the CIA is based on these cell phones and computers. They're wide open. You might as well write your secrets on a bathroom wall in Penn Station.
Yeah.
This from the president who openly called for Hillary Clinton to be jailed for not properly protecting her email accounts.
She should be locked up. She should.
When President Obama wanted to use a BlackBerry, the NSA had to basically rebuild the device with encryptions just to keep it secure.
To really protect it, what do you have to do? Yeah, so essentially what you're doing is you're reacting to outside forces. You're changing the programming, the algorithms. You're looking for vulnerabilities and patch those vulnerabilities. You're going back in and recoding the programming.
It's not clear whether any of those protections are in place on President Trump's cell phone. Experts say even if President Trump isn't discussing top secret information on his cell phone, it's still a big security risk.
Indeed it is. Well, thank you everybody for your assessment tonight. I will be catching you tomorrow for our Saturday show, our anti-war rally Saturday show. So if you are still wondering what's going on this week and how many of these things that are happening are real and how many are being paid for by George Soros, tune in. We'll talk about that tomorrow.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
You know, I have. It has been... It's been that way almost every day for the past couple of years since Trump took office, you know. Okay, dude. Yeah, we'll see you guys later. It's been a real pleasure being your show host tonight. Oh, yeah, for sure. Okay. I know, dude. Surf's up, dude. For sure. So you guys hang 10, dude. Yeah, be cool. Okay, yeah, for sure. Gnarly, dude. Okay, yeah, we'll catch you later. Surfer Dave's going to sign out, but we will continue the show tomorrow, and the video show stays till 2 a.m. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 2 a.m. is a pretty good time to kind of like finally go to bed. Yeah. Oh, and don't forget, I've got videos on my YouTube channel for cooking. If you guys want to hang out and watch some really cheap, gnarly dinners, and for sure, yeah, it's be great. I know. Okay, can't stop, everybody. Let's do it. Later.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop.